Whakataka te hau ki te tonga.
Whakataka te hau ki te tonga.
Kia mā kina ki uta.
Kia mā kina ki uta.
Kia mā tara ki tai.
Kia mā tara ki tai.
He hi ake ana.
He hi ake ana.
Te ātākura.
Te ātākura.
He tio.
He tio.
He hauhunga.
He hauhunga.
Haumi e hui e.
Haumi e hui e.
Tai ki e.
Tai ki e.
Kia ora tātou.
Thank you, Norm.
Thank you, Norm. So, just in terms of apologies, we have one from Margaret who'll be late, potentially late, and no others. So, if we can
Chair,
move.
I indicated an apology, partial apology today to attend the funeral. And I'll be leaving at 10:15, but we'll be back after the funeral service.
Thank you, thank you.
I have to leave at 3:15, but the Deputy Mayor's assured me we're going to be finished by then. Okay. Well, that being said, I see the agenda, I have to be out of here by 8 tonight.
All right.
It's always the Deputy Mayor that's stuck
Yeah,
it up, eh?
although I think vicariously that was Councillor McPherson then. He was evoking.
You love buses.
Right, let's crack on then so that all of those do not come true and we are out of here at 2:36.5. That's my goal. Yeah, okay.
Very particular.
So can we move the apologies be accepted? Moved Councillor Bunting, seconded Deputy Mayor Taylor. All in favour? Opposed? Carried. The agenda is slightly organised to allow for visitors, isn't it?
Yep, and just noting those 3 late items.
And those 3, we all must notice the 3 late items that came in, which you will have seen. So move that the change of agenda be confirmed. Deputy Mayor Taylor, seconded by myself. All in favour? Opposed? Carried. Declarations of interest, are there any today? Nope, being none, we'll move on to the public forum. Is there a public forum?
So I've got those 2 people there. So Rachel Corrales, Hugo Wilson and Lani Umus.
Aha, so we've got zooming in public forums.
Rachel there.
We've got Rachel first. Rachel and Lale, is he there? Or yeah, cool. So over to you. Oh, and Edgar's here too. Awesome. Your turn.
Good morning, everyone. Malola Valisufo, Tina Kota Katoa, warm Pacific greetings to everyone. Firstly, I want to acknowledge the lateness of the report and provide some context to how we have arrived here. I appreciate it was a very big report to receive at short notice, and I apologise for the inconvenience that this may have caused you all. We were last before you all on the 20th of February, and the agreement to lease was executed in early March. A couple of weeks later, on 24 March, New Zealand moved into lockdown level 3. 48 hours later, we went into level 4. During that period, as an essential service provider, Culture Pacifica did not have the luxury of an enforced period of time at home, where one could attend to all those household tasks you never quite get to. Our team had to stand up and be there for our community. Before we ever moved into level 3, we had already provided our first care packages from our office, and by the time we moved to level 3, we had formed strategic relationships with Gilmore's and others to ensure a consistent supply of food and other household essentials were available for distribution to families. We also had found a suitable base from which to operate St John's Methodist Church in Hamilton East, and later, courtesy of Hamilton City Council, the Enderley Community Centre. I would like to think our team were courageous from the outset, but that wasn't the case at all. There was a lot of fear and a lot of anxiety and reluctance to be out and about in the community. And so it was that I had to be at the coalface with the team, only because it would not be fair to undertake work which I wasn't prepared to undertake myself. And as you know, we did not return to level 2 until the 14th of May. In the meantime, precious time was lost progressing hub-related activities, but it was a question of competing priorities, and the immediate needs of our families had to come first. The same impact was experienced as a result of the recent resurgence. We had an obligation to support the Pacific community in Hamilton and our brothers and sisters in Tokoroa, getting all of our nurses trained, to undertake testing, as well as running pop-up mobile clinics at churches over recent weekends. Not only nurses were needed, others were needed to ensure proper protocols were followed around health and safety. The long and the short of it is that COVID has sapped a lot of resource and time that would otherwise have been put towards the Hub project. On the funding side of things, we have been successful in securing other funding in the meantime, which is fantastic. But in saying that, the other components to our funding plan were compromised as a result of funders repurposing their funding to COVID-related responses. Some even shut down application dates. So COVID has also impacted on the funding strategy. We were notified informally on Tuesday that our PGF application was unsuccessful. We're yet to be given an explanation, but suffice to say that news was very, very disappointing. However, Lale, in usual form, has worked some magic, securing an underwrite arrangement that will enable us to commence building work by December, and then completion of the refurbishment of the bowling club and construction of the early learning centre by the later stages of next year. What also hasn't been mentioned is an underwrite arrangement in place for $500,000 through Momentum. There is a plan in place to secure the shortfall, and discussions are progressing with impact investment agencies and local and national philanthropists. Trust Waikato are prepared to release the $2.2 million on the understanding that there is a pathway forward to secure the shortfall, and we are confident in that pathway, which has been discussed with them. Regarding the limited partnership for the project itself and the joint venture limited partnerships for health and early learning, the only reason these have not been formed is because there was a view that confirmation of the lease should proceed, incurring the reasonably substantial costs of forming those vehicles. To date, Kalte Pacifica has incurred almost $200,000 in costs moving through these regulatory processes and in trying to achieve a level of comfort for all around the financial models. Extensive discussions have occurred between our partners and Deloitte to ensure costings and lease rates are realistic, feasible and viable. We're confident in the delivery of this project because we see the value in the vision, not just for the Pacific community, but for the region as a whole and as a model for the rest of the country. I appreciate that some of you around the table may be concerned about the risk, but there is such belief in this project that those around us are prepared to leverage equity in their own homes to get this over the line. Rest assured we won't be going there. But whakatai tere lava for the opportunity to speak to this. Ia soi whiwha, ia maia manuia. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. We are having that item immediately following public forum, so I'm sure you're staying in to listen, and we'll be able to tap into any questions at that point. So I won't take any at this stage. So hold tight. We'll be with you shortly on this item. Thank you very much. We also now have Neil, and it says Margaret, but no, on the Founders Theatre, Future Founders Theatre. So just Neil? And Pat, you're doing it? Cool. Excellent. Thank you. Come on down and... Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity. Do we just start?
Yes, please. Yep.
We want to discuss item 15 of your agenda, which is regarding the Founders Theatre. What we are concerned about, and I was even more concerned late yesterday, I received an email from a staff member to say that if we wanted to speak about the options, there would be an opportunity to do this in public vote, and it wasn't to be discussed here. However, it is the options that I do want to bring up, because there are 3 options before you today as item 8 in section in the beginning of your papers. D of number 1, which conflict with what we and others have been working towards, which is covered under item 24, which was the Western Town Belt Heart Character paper document that was presented. And so what we would just like you to be aware of, and I am sure you are because you will have done this, is the concern that the community have with the continuing shifting of the goalposts as to what they are allowed to do, what they aren't allowed to do. and so that when you come to discussing the options, that it is clear which options you will be asking us and others to go by within the next month to prepare a presentation on what we see could be the use of founders. So I bring that to your attention, and I am sure that you will look at it and pass over to my colleague who has some things that she would like to say about the consultation process that the staff will undertake. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kia ora koutou, ngā mihi nui koutou I tēnei wā. Ko te reo e pai ana te wiki o te reo Māori. Coming up this morning, it was beautiful to hear the beautiful voices that were singing the waiata. It's in my days, when I was on council, we didn't do anything like that, did we, Martin? Well, except, you know, tautoko, support the pōwhiris when we went to the marae. But, so it was beautiful. Congratulations, Your Worship. And it's wonderful to see you singing away there with the rest of the staff. It sounded fabulous. Now, I wasn't expecting my colleague to finish so quickly, so my contribution this morning, there was one part that I read where in the paper that the purpose of this discussion on the founders was really to ask about the communication. Was that part of the request as to how you could reach out more to the community? You're really trying your best in everything you do. I know what the endeavours are like to try and encourage the public to contribute to these projects. So one of the things that I'm keen on raising this morning is that in the midst of Hamilton City now is Radio Tainui, and I think it's a wonderful opportunity now for council to develop a greater relationship with Tainui people by developing a good relationship with the radio station, which has a huge hearing throughout the Waikato and throughout the country where they can be reached. So I would hope that the relationship there, Your Worship, with Council and Radio Tainui could become something that is worth working with, and that councillors shouldn't be strangers. Please pop your heads in and introduce yourselves and take the opportunity to talk to the people on Radio Tainui. I think it would be a tremendous opportunity to develop the relationship. In terms of the theatre itself, I thought last night, have I got 30 seconds or something?
You're fine. Carry on.
I was thinking very much of all the years that I went to Founders Theatre, and to me, of course, I'm very much in favour of restoring the Founders Theatre. When I think of the thousands, millions of people over the years that have been in the Founders Theatre, and I could imagine the shows that we went to, and you go down to the reception halfway through and you're having coffee and food and calling out to one another across the way. What a tremendous opportunity it was to have our theatre, and especially with Māori performances that took place there. It's an important theatre, and I want to, congratulate yourself, Worship, for your comment that in the paper, I think, where you very carefully responded to the report and leaving it open for the public to participate still. And Angela O'Leary talking about a town hall. To me, that is the essence of what it is to have a theatre that we can congregate in. So, Your Worship, I'd like to go on and on, but I won't. But
Yeah, so look,
anyway,
what I will say.
thank you.
Thank you for
very
coming in.
much.
What I will say to that is we're going to the item, then not the next one, which is Kote, but after that, so stick around. And at that point, I'll get staff to explain exactly what part of the process we're in terms of what the opportunities are that remain with the public to shape what happens with the West Town Belt, and in particular that area of land. Oh, okay, that's next one, yeah. Okay, thank you, sorry, I was distracted a bit there. But yes, so do stick around, and the very first thing we do when we open up the item is spell out very clearly for everyone who's listening exactly where we are in the process and what the opportunities that remain with the public are to shape this space.
Thank you.
Is that okay? Thank you. Thank you, everyone who's taken the time to come in or Zoom in for public forum. We always appreciate that direct interface with the public. I do need to note that we've received a written submission from David Bennett, which will shape our thinking later on as well, alongside whatever else information comes in through this process. So noting that. So that's the end of the public forum, and we're now going to go into the item on Kote Pacifica, which are you presenting, Lance, or?
No,
Maria? Good morning.
Paula and elected members. So I just want to go over a few things and note, similar to Rachel, that this is a long and was a late report, but there is a lot of information in there. So where staff had got to is the recommendation to grant the 30-year lease to Kote with conditions, viewing that as an opportunity for Kote to get on with some of the development of the site and providing the necessary risk assurance to council. So, the special conditions are designed to do that. We have Rachel and Lale on Zoom, and Karen Kwok, our community occupancy advisor, is also on Zoom, so we'll have a bit of a tag team to answer the questions. I'll leave it there.
Thank you.
I think a key thing to highlight, Mayor Paula, is we've put in the recommendations from staff just around a 5-year review of the lease footprint, and obviously Rachel pointed out some of the changing circumstances that have happened, obviously with COVID and the funding sort of environment at the moment. So, and I think we've put some words in the report at the back end of it, just around that. Council needs to be cognisant of that this is it is a challenging space for organisations, and the world has changed over the last 6 or 7 months, as everyone knows. So, what we've worked closely with the Kote Pacifica team is to make this happen, but also, as Maria said, is to provide that assurance to council that we have dotted the I's, we've crossed the T's. And there is that review there. So, so if the full vision can't be achieved, which is the absolute aspiration, then there is a review ability there for council on part of the footprint if there's any concerns over that. But as Maria said, we'll leave some. No doubt there'll be a number of questions. And councillors can, we thought it'd be good if we had Rachel, Lale and Edgar to actually answer any of the specific questions around their business case and their proposal. You can get it from the horse's mouth, so they'll be helping to answer the questions too. So happy to answer questions from here, Mayor Paula.
Yep, there's a few questions coming up. And just to note that Martin would like to move this item, I'm happy to second it. Just to put that there. Of course, if there are any amendments and so on, so be it. Pardon? Okay, so I'm going to start with Councillor Hamilton. Seat 9 is the guest,
Thanks, Mayor Paula.
Right? Seat 9 is the guest.
Lance, Maria, just wondering, from the pictures of the original resource consent of the Whālei on page 201, versus the redesigned options in page 225, is this the same, was this a scaled back version of what was originally proposed?
I don't believe so. The changes that we noted were in the size of the ECE centre, which becomes slightly bigger, hence why in the report we've referenced that there would be resource consent considerations.
Perhaps someone from Kote could just talk to me through the Whālei picture. We've got the original one that, you know, obviously looks like a statement in terms of nationwide aspiration versus those drawings where the ceiling sort of, the gable goes from 3 to 5 metres and looks a little bit more safe, if I can use that word. So
Okay,
page 201
Lale, can
and
we ask you
225.
to comment on any modifications, I suppose, to the Whālei aspect of the development?
Sure. Kia koutou. Mā lō soifua maua mai langi na mā. Hey, I'll just bring up if I could share my screen. Am I able to do that?
I don't know, can he share the screen? Yep, should be able to, yep, we're saying yes. Let's give it a go. Is it happening? Here it goes, yeah.
Right.
Thank you, Lale, we've got it now.
I think one of the key things to note in terms of the development of the concept is sort of the fact that this is a view looking from Mill Street over the main whale and back through towards Heaven Park. So the whale is effectively just starting to take a little bit more conceptual shape now. And Ryan, I didn't really pick up the question with regard to how much it's changed, but it's virtually the same. It is the same size that we've had here previously for the pali, but we've just articulated the route to pick up the slight parabolic requirements of the multi-Pacific approach to having a building of this size and shape. So depending on which island you come from, they end up being a little bit pointier, potentially, is the easier description. And for some of the other islands, they like them a little bit rounder in that shape. So we've found the happy medium with regard to the parabolic sort of nature of the whale shape itself. The perimeter has been added on, so there's a collar that you'll see that's wrapping around the roof of the whale, which allows for an extended area of cover, which would allow the whale when open to still provide some sort of shade or protection for people that might then congregate on the outside of the apron of the school. So that's the, sorry.
Cool, that makes sense.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Lale. I think the buildings I might have been looking at were part of the childcare centre as opposed to the whale itself, so maybe that's where I got confused. There are some other elevations further in the slide pack we've got.
Okay, so you're content with that response at this point in time? Okay, thank you. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, and talofa guys. Please don't confuse any tougher questions for any lack of support, but I have to ask these questions as a governor, okay? First of all, the lateness with regards COVID. I mean, we were, if I remember rightly, under the community committee, under quite a bit of pressure, as you were so that it would meet Trust Waikato's timing for their $2 million funding. Would they have been understanding had we had to move this back as well to take some pressure off? One at a time, please.
It's Edgar here. I'll answer that one.
Thanks,
if I
Edgar.
may. They'd already been understanding for 12 months. In the minutes of the Trust Waikato board, going back to September 2019, the scenario was acknowledged about a delay, And then when it came to COVID this year, there was a recognition that there were complications which Rachel has talked to. There is a degree of tolerance, but the tolerance is limited. So that's what forced the issue and forced the hand as much as anything.
Okay, thank you. The Bowling Green building is probably one for Lance and Maria. The Bowling Green building, so I understand that's due to just be transferred over as is with no more remediation work required.
Yeah, so that is the proposal, the transfer of ownership as is, whereas with no further liability to council.
Okay, so I just need to know, because we've got a bit of a history of sending buildings over and then them coming back with little hidden things that they've discovered. It is in good nick. The bones are good?
Based on what we know, yes.
Yeah, okay. Yep, great, thank you. In point 72 on page 166, we're just talking about the legal risks, etc. Point 73 rather, a lease term of 30 years is outside of the current policy, with our maximum being 15. You're comfortable going ahead with the 30-year lease?
So we have recommended it as it is consistent with the Reserves Act and recognise the significant investment of this particular proposal.
Okay. And now that we've heard today that the PGF funding has fallen through, you're still comfortable leasing out the whole site?
We believe that we have put the necessary in place. Obviously, absolute worst case scenario, they get to refit the current clubhouse building and for some reason or another they fold, that building would revert with all improvements back to council.
Okay.
So, there are checks and balances in there.
Okay.
And the review period.
Yeah, so the review period actually look at the footprint of the lease. So if stage 2, which is the Farley, couldn't go ahead for whatever reason, then council, we can review that in 5 years' time.
Yep.
Which from our experience, we thought there was a reasonable amount of time, and just looking at the funding environment that I spoke about before, is a reasonable amount of time for Kaute to do that. And obviously we give the committee updates on that moving forward.
Yeah.
So we think there's enough checks and balances in there so that stage 1 can definitely happen, and they can carry on, planning on stage 2 and fundraising.
Yep.
But if it doesn't happen, then there's actually a review period where we can actually pull back on that lease if council deemed that appropriate.
Okay. So there's a 5-year review. There's a part in here about the remediation of the bowling green itself. Now, it's a little bit moot anyway, because it was sort of, will the PGF pay for it or not? Now the PGF's not even there. Who's going to pay for the remediation of that bowling green, and how much is it going to cost, and what's it going to involve?
So the lease area, it kind of straddles.
Yeah.
So half of it's in the bowling, I've got bowling greens in it and the other half hasn't. There is a proposal from staff going to the LTP to make good the path connections in line with the West Town belt. So council would need to be cognizant of that.
Right, but the bowling green part that's under Kaute's lease?
Not us.
That would be Kaute?
In the lease area, absolutely,
Yep.
would be our expectation.
Thank you. And Lale, final question. Can you sort of shine some of your eternal optimism on us here and let us know if PGF has fallen through and the Farley is the showpiece, where's the money coming from? Because that's a big chunk of money. What's the plan?
Could I just speak to that point?
Please, yep.
We will be working with the Ministry for Pacific Peoples to ensure that a bid in the budget bid for the next financial year includes a portion for the delivery of the project. And the Ministry for Pacific Peoples and the Minister have been very, very supportive of the application. Alongside that, as I've mentioned, we are working with impact investment partners. Bright Lights from Australia are very interested in the project, so there is that avenue for a funding arrangement for them for the balance. I'm very confident that we will be able to secure the funding in order to deliver the total project.
Okay. And
You're here, and so am I, Mark.
Yep.
Totally confident.
okay. Excellent. Thank you very much, guys. That'll do me.
Okay, thank you. Councillor, Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Southgate. If I could just follow up that question, you actually haven't got anything in place though, have you, at this stage? There's no funding arrangement in place. You're just hopeful of positive responses.
I would say with the discussions with Brightlight are quite advanced, but again, the impact of COVID and with their investors has meant that the discussions have been, I guess, protracted. So the expectation is that by December, the last discussion with Brightlight was that by December they would be looking to formalise an arrangement with us.
Thank you. Just a question for staff. Given that the PGF funding's not been approved, which is a large chunk of this, just following up Mark's question, does that not change your... I mean, obviously it doesn't because you're still standing by those recommendations. I mean, did it not make you think twice about the recommendation that you've put up, given that suddenly 3/4 of the funding is gone?
Well, obviously, stage one is reasonably secure, so they can do that. And then, as we said, we've put in there the review clause so that we can pull back on that, the land area, the lease. The simple answer to your question is no, because we've been in regular contact with Rachel, Edgar and Lale, and obviously they're looking at other options, and we know that those discussions with Brightlight's, yes, they're not definite, but they are advanced. But we've got enough confidence in working with Kote, and we work with a lot of different groups. We got a lot of confidence that they have the wherewithal to actually carry out a fundraising and also looking at their finances going forward. So yes, a bit of a leap of faith, but I think sometimes you have to take into account all the circumstances and go with that.
Okay, so you genuinely believe that within 5 years they will get to the stage 2? They will get the whālei, because after all that is the centrepiece of this.
Yeah, I'm reasonably confident of that, yes.
Okay, and just one last question. So if we didn't, I guess my issue with that option in the 5 years is if we didn't, we end up with something, to be honest, substandard for what is a prominent site. We were excited about the vision of that prominent site, and we could have had something else. We could have chosen another option. So it won't be a great outcome. I mean, I know you've got it in there as insurance, the 5-year thing, but do you think that that would be a very good outcome, given that we could have gone a different direction and got something different? We're going to end up with basically very little happening on the site in terms of how it looks. It's not a great. Do you think it's a great outcome or not?
I don't think it's a bad outcome. And if you actually remember of some of the other applications to the EOI, to be quite honest, weren't as aspirational as this one. So I don't think it'll be any worse than what are any of the other options that we looked at.
Okay, thanks.
But to be fair, that's probably, there'll be different opinions on that.
Thank you.
Could I just point out to Jeff, in response to your question, that the feasibility model for the project is based on borrowing of close to 4 million at 3%, and at that rate, the model shows that the project is viable and feasible. And then if we look at interest rates at 4%, it is also still viable and feasible. So it's not that we're depending on grant funding for the total amount, and I'm confident. Obviously, the ideal would be that we are in a grant arrangement for the whole amount, but I think with borrowing at 4 million and being feasible, that there should be a degree of confidence in us, in our ability to deliver.
Thanks, Rachel. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. My question follows on from the Deputy Mayor's and is initially directed at staff. If stage 2 wasn't part of the original proposal, would have you supported stage 1 in its isolation?
I guess we would have had to assess that on its merits. What I would say is that it still does represent a really good alignment with the Westtown Belt Master Plan outcomes in terms of what we currently have as a closed site with bowling greens and no pedestrian access through. And if the Whālei was not to be built, we would end up with increased pedestrian access through that site and activation at that site through, that Kote being there. So it's a difficult one to say yes or no.
Maybe.
Partly on the shoulders of council too, through their decision to support the project or not. As you say, it would have been a different project before us.
And Your Worship, thank you so much, because in fact that comes to the heart of the question for me, because that's what we're now being asked to do as a council, because actually what we know today, really the only thing for certain is stage one. And so that possibly answers why there may be some levels of concern in the chamber, because the optics are now incredibly different.
So anyway, question.
Yeah, so I just, since you made a statement, I felt it was probably appropriate that I balanced that out. So my question, in addition to the one I'd asked, if you look at the overall application in its entirety, stage one and stage two, clearly there was a lot of interest in stage two for the reasons stated, and I'm particularly interested and supportive of stage two. One of the concerns I had about stage one was the commercial aspect of the medical facility and the revenue, but I took that in its entirety and it balanced things out for me. In light, again, that really what we're talking about of any certainty is stage one only, is it still your feeling as staff, in light of the fact that we only may get stage one, is the medical type facility appropriate? And the second limb to that question is, I note you've safeguarded aspects of the lease require all funding to be in place. But correct me if I'm wrong, what B does on the staff recommendations, it immediately transfers the ownership of a council asset that doesn't stipulate the requirement of all funding for both stage one and two to be in place. Is that correct?
Yeah, it requires the funding for each stage to be in place. So what you're saying, by transferring the ownership, we're comfortable because the funding for stage one is pretty much in place, and that's where the revamp of that building would happen for what you talked about.
So Lance, in light of the fact that the devil is always in the detail, can I just zoom in on your words?
Yep.
Nearly all in place.
Yeah.
As a GM, you'll expect me to ask, I want better clarity.
Yeah.
It's either in place or not in place. Is it in place or not in place for stage one?
I think a significant amount of it is in place. So,
but not its entirety.
Not the entirety. That's my understanding. But Lale and Rachel might be able to update that if I'm
And so
incorrect
maybe
on
I could go to Coda Pacifica. Could you update me in the deficit of the funding required to complete stage one? And could you explain, if any, what security of that building are you using to leverage your borrowing power?
We don't need to borrow to complete stage one. We have the funding to complete stage one.
So all funding in every aspect of stage one is currently, as we sit here today, in place.
We have the funding to complete the refurbishment of the bowling club and 80% of the early learning centre. The difference is going to be made up through an underwrite arrangement.
Right. So, council staff, I guess my question is, should we be amending, and maybe the mover and the seconder would support that, to ensure we get more detail in point B, that until those other underwrites are legally bound and are in place, and we've negated the 20% deficit, and it could be, from what I understand, just a moment in time, shouldn't the clause B reflect that Coda Pacifica have to embed the entire funding in its entirety for stage 1? Because otherwise we're transferring the ownership of an asset and we don't have everything legally signed off in terms of funding.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that. So.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, we can-
I've got an amendment up, and if I could call 2 minutes to confer with my colleague and see if we can't merge something up as the amendment.
Yeah, we'll get to that. Both of those ideas are presently foreshadowed, so we will just continue with the questions.
Could I call for 2 minutes to confer with them?
No, I would like to continue with the questions and then go to that.
All right.
And we'll take as much time as we need to get the recommendations sorted post-questions.
Yep, good as well.
I've got a question from Sarah on Zoom.
Thank you. In terms of the 5-year review, what would happen if we got to the point where, hold on, 1 second. Hey. What would happen if we got to the point where it was kind of still up in the air, but you know that it was there was a lot of the funding for the Whare had been kind of, I guess, arranged, but it hadn't actually, or it had been arranged, but they hadn't been built, because then we would be in a position of kind of still taking that leap of faith or you know, having some uncertainty.
So, Councillor Sarah, as Lance mentioned earlier, we would envisage that staff would update elected members via the community committee on progress as this moved through. At the 5-year mark, it would be the opportunity to present the current situation with all the information, and council would be able to make decisions.
I think Councillor Sarah, we'd be well over the top of that, well before the 5-year period. So it'd be, you know, the regular contact, and like we've been working with Rachel Edgar and Lale. So I don't think there'd be any surprises coming to council by the 5-year review.
I guess where I'm going, sorry, it was distraction here. I guess where I'm going is that it might be at a point where we'd say, well, actually, we're so close to this going ahead. You know, then there's that question of, okay, well, as a council, do we approve it, the lease continuing at that 5 years because it's so close, or do we then stop everything in its tracks? So is there, you know, like another safe, I guess, another review period or something where then after another 2 years, if things haven't eventuated, then, you know, we review it again?
Yeah, that's possible. So I think, you know, I don't have a crystal ball, but that is possible. So if it was close, but wasn't right on the mark at the 5 years, you know, you can give an extension for that particular piece of the footprint for another 6 months, 12 months, 18 months or whatever. So yes, you can do that.
Okay, yep, no, that's helpful to know. So you could just have a temporary extension of the lease or something, yep.
Correct.
So I'll just note, Sarah, there is an amendment around term of review coming, being proposed by Mark, which we'll get to in due course. But yeah, thanks. Carry on.
Cool, thank you. No, I haven't seen that yet. And another question is, car parking always comes up. Sorry to raise it again, but I'm wondering why we aren't making use of the V8 Memorial Park
and the big slab of concrete there, rather than kind of, I guess, having Kotē Pasifika having to put a whole heap of money into creating more car parking and taking up more of the green space. Is there a reason behind that? Because it's so close.
So the car parking is determined by the resource consent in relation to the activities that are happening within the building. We can work with Kotē and strongly encourage them to apply for a variation there and present some alternatives to adding more car parking that would meet the needs of the resource consent.
But that would rely on us having some sort of arrangement around that other area, right? I mean, I don't know what's possible in that respect, that there's some sort of exclusive use of that car parking, section of that to a Kotē Pasifika.
So it is worth noting that the car parking is not provided for as part of the area, so that is absolutely a conversation that could happen, Councillor Sarah.
Okay, because I have raised it previously. I'm just, at what point could that conversation happen and we hear back in regards to the results around that?
So you'll note that the final detailed design is to be to the satisfaction of staff, and so at that point we would be able to resolve those issues.
Okay, yeah, if we could have a report back to show that there's been discussion around it and what the results of that, as part of that would be really.
Yes, let's just stick to the questions at this point in time. But yes, I think we've captured that point.
Yeah.
Thanks, Sarah. Any further questions?
Thank you.
Further questions?
Just the last thing was just understanding the commercial lease. The report said that it ends. I guess that there can't be the commercial lease arrangement at the commercial rate to the sublease once the whare has been paid off, or the full mortgage has been repaid. Is that correct? What happens after that?
So we're saying that that's the opportunity where council would have another opportunity to have a look at what the financial arrangements are. It could be possible that Kotē have a case for continuing that commercial rental and can satisfy council that those profits are going back into the community good. But it is the opportunity for council to take another look at that.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Done? Thank you, Margaret. Are you there, Margaret?
Yes, thank you. Thanks for that, Becca. Just have a question for staff around what sort of consultation we've done with the previous owners of the, what's it called? The bowling building, about what do they think of Kotē Pasifika using the building, and do they have any sort of contribution or any sort of response or reply to that? Because my understanding is that the bowling community built that building. So yeah, I just would like to know what sort of consultation and what sort of approach have we made to the previous owners of that building.
So we worked with those previous owners for a very, very long time to see if they could continue to be a sustainable and viable option to occupy that building. At the end of all of that, the club actually folded and surrendered the building and land to council. So in terms of consulting with them on future use, my understanding is that that club was no longer in existence.
Okay, so you're telling me the club is no longer in existence, so it would be impossible for you to make any sort of approach. I'm just trying to sort of get some cultural parity, I suppose, because if this was Tangata Whenua, or if this was had any sort of historical cultural significance, and this does have historic significance, and actually cultural as well, because a lot of people banded together to produce this, and there was a lot of activity. It was certainly a strong place for that club in that part of town. So I just want to honour that that history really.
So do you want to comment on?
Question. But if you're telling me that there's no one to actually talk to approach, then I suppose it would make that connection difficult.
So Lance, do you want to, would you answer that by talking, because the club had dwindled to very few members and things as well.
Well, the club's out of existence and it dwindled to, you know, a couple of dozen people. So it's hard to consult with an organisation that doesn't, you know, exist anymore. But the individuals involved had ample chance to actually be involved in the numerous consultations we've had with the community on site, through the public EOI process, through the classification change, and also through the West Town Belt Master Plan. So Margaret, I think there's been plenty of opportunities there. Look, Karen and our team knows some of those people. It wouldn't have gone unknown to some of the key individuals that were dealt with over the years, trying to help the bowling fraternity through its woes with that site. Yes. So look, I'm reasonably confident that they would have had an opportunity to input into all those consultation processes that we undertook. Look, I can't off the top of my head tell you whether or not they did formally or not, but I think they would have had ample opportunity to actually have their say.
Okay, thanks, Lance. I'm happy with that.
Thank you.
Response. Cheers, thanks.
And I think another point to make, Margaret, is that we're talking about Kote Pacifica, but they're in arrangement with combined orchestras, or what was the orchestras called? Orchestra Central. So there will be another user of that space too that applied to use the lease space, but has entered into a partnership with Kote. So that's the orchestras. So that's good. Just a question myself, because I haven't had any. Just in terms of we have hosted two ministers up here at various times to talk about the development. Have you had a reaction with them to not getting the money that you were hoping to get, or are they aware of the provincial growth funds? And did they have a view on that?
What happened was that we were told on a Friday by a minister who was in town that we were to expect a positive announcement the following week. And then on the Monday we got a phone call saying that the decision was being deferred. And we've been following up pretty much ever since. And the CEO for the Ministry of the Pacific Peoples has come back to say, I don't know the reasons why, but I'm letting you know in advance of your meeting on Thursday with the council that this is the outcome, and that's as much information as we've been given at this point. I do know that the Minister Alberto, and certainly from the information that's been conveyed to us, that Shane Jones was positive and supportive of the project, but it seems that PG was oversubscribed and that the money that they were looking to dish out had already been dished out.
Okay, cool. Well, not cool, but thank you for answering the question. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Southgate. Just on the Kote Pacifica, the Orchestra Central relationship, so that was a joint proposal, but from my understanding, Orchestra Central are no longer involved?
Yes, that's correct. Orchestra Central actually found a home at the university.
Okay.
So they're in the Gallagher Centre. The door is open for them to come back if that option closes up for them, and they're well aware of that position.
Great. Thank you, Rachel.
Cool. Okay, I wasn't aware of that, but there you go. So I've still got to see hands up for Sarah and for Margaret. No, Sarah?
Old hand.
Old hand Margaret or new hand?
Old hand Margaret.
Okay. All right, thank you everyone. Sorry, Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Question to staff. Lance, Could you expand whether or not staff would, on reflection, feel a slightly different B would be appropriate?
I think what I probably didn't say when I was answering Councillor Wilson's question before around what he's saying around that safeguard is that that was the intention anyway. But if there's a tweak to B, I'm more than comfortable that along the lines of what you were discussing before. That was our intention anyway.
Thank you.
Okay, Mark, shall we get to your proposed amendment and explain that, and then we'll see whether there's any.
Just seeing the wording completely for the first time, but it's reasonably self-explanatory. I think what Ewan and I are trying to achieve here is to still remain supportive, but to protect us. So what we're doing here is changing the term of the review period to rather than 5 years to 3, and secondly, inserting the words in point B, as Ewan was making the point before. Just getting it here. Once all the funding is in place for stage 1. So there's just a little bit more of a guarantee. It's still obviously very supportive, but we just wanted to tighten up on those, having seen the big hit they've just taken from PGF, so we can walk more hand in hand with Kote.
Okay, so we've got a couple of questions. I think we need to understand whatever nuances or effect there are to that, and then we'll go into the debate and things. So, Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you, Ms. Southgate. Yes, just a question to Kote then, because I read in the report that there is some reliance, obviously, moving forward to achieve final funding on the lease being signed over. So do you think that moving from 5 years to 3 year review will affect your chances there?
I can't think of any reason why I'm comfortable with a 3-year review.
Okay.
And as Chair, I'm also comfortable, Andrew, so thank you for the question.
Okay, thank you.
Martin. Sorry, Councillor Gallagher.
Just with regard to item B, the additional words to Rachel and Edgar on behalf of the Trust, are you comfortable with that? Can we just make sure they're fully aware of, we're dealing with Zooms and screens. Have they seen that highlighted bit?
Yeah, it's come off our screen. Can we have it up again, please?
We're sharing it now.
Thank you.
So the question, you had a question with regard to the 3-year review. On B, just the highlighted bits, once all stage 1 funding is in place. I just want to make sure they've got that.
So the question is, if you were to get the ownership only after you have your stage 1 funding in place, does that create any concerns for you? And I think we should also ask the same of staff.
No, I'm comfortable with that, and I can understand why the councillors want that level of assurance.
I endorse again what Rachel has said. By the way, we don't always endorse each other, but we certainly do this time, yes.
Lance, from a staff point of view, any problems with that?
No, and that was our intention anyway, as I just said, to answer to Councillor Wilson's question before, so more than comfortable with that.
So are you happy to?
Yes, I'm happy now to incorporate that into the motion.
And as am I, as the seconder, so that's fine. So, yes. Okay, so now we'll go to debate and voting. So, as the mover, Martin.
Thank you, Your Worship. Obviously, this is a critical stage of what has been a very long journey, and a number of you have been on that long journey with Kote Pacifica. Clearly, the dreams and the aspirations now of this wonderful project move closer to a finalisation and a reality. And it also underscores that what, for want of a better term, the Pacifica community is such an integral part of the Kirikiriroa Hamilton community, because we are a Nesian nation. Aotearoa, New Zealand, is part of Polynesia, part of Nesia, and this particular project, I think, will absolutely underscore that. And I want to stress that this particular centre and hub is for all of us, all of our children, all of our grandchildren, because the fact that we are part of that Polynesian or Nesian nation is very obvious. I just briefly want to do a huge shout out to the early heroes of this project, and certainly acknowledging the current governance and management of Kote, but I want to do a shout out, as you would expect, to Elizabetta and Dr. Noel Corrales, and also particularly for the women and men who worked with Elizabetta at the very beginning of this project, and who have such a deep vision to ensure that the opportunities for our younger Nesian and Hamilton Kirikiriroa community are realised via this wonderful, incredible project. Forgive my humour. I'm hoping that somehow this project might actually take away the V8 Memorial Car Park. I think this, unlike the V8 Memorial Car Park, this particular project absolutely accentuates and underlines and enhances our West Town Belt project. This is going to be a major icon for our city and our region. So with great pleasure, and let me acknowledge the Mayor's very critical role at certain moments of this project, I have to say, being fair, the critical casting vote, of course, lest we forget. But I think we're way beyond that now, and I'm hoping that this is going to have overwhelming support of this council.
Thank you, Martin. Councillor Bunting.
Kia ora, Talofa. First of all, I want to acknowledge the great work the staff have done and the pressure that they've been working under to, for the entirety of this project. I've been in close touch with Maria as it's gone on, how they're going, and with a mind to being supportive and making sure that we are covered and safe. This is the West Town Belt we're talking about. It's not just a strip of a piece of land in the subdivision somewhere. A great team have put a lot of work into making sure that this is a place of aesthetic beauty and of spiritual wonder. So the fact that, the Whale, which really is the showpiece of this, has had a major kick in the guts, really, is very disappointing. So I have no apology for hauling back the timelines and safeguarding ourselves just a little bit more. And as I said during my questioning, this is absolutely in no way a reflection of any mistrust. It means that we can work more closely and more tightly with Kote as we walk through this journey. Not a lot is going to change with a review period over 3 years as opposed to 5, except that we can feel just a little bit safer and like I said, have more close dialogues. One point I'd like to make about is a bit of a renaissance for me with Kote, and this is I saw Kote as something for just Pacifica people, but the more I embed myself in the process, the more I see it's a chance for us to see Kirikiriroa Hamilton through a Pacifica lens. It's for the whole community to come in and see what life is like, and to perhaps see our own community through a different lens. And that's just the same as we're working with Heipo Manawa, the strategy that we're working on at the moment. It's not an exclusive strategy. It's about seeing our future community through other lenses, and this is a great opportunity. So that's a major shift in thinking for me, and I'd really encourage others to head down that path. So, yep, I'm more than happy with the amendments that have now become the motion, and yeah, I'm looking forward to working closely and asking tough questions and having robust debates with those involved again. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bunting. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thanks, Mayor Southgate. Yeah, look, I'm happy to support the amended motion. I remember well that initially I, in the last term, wasn't supportive of this project going ahead. I felt it was pushed through somewhat hastily and before the review of the West Town Belt had been completed, and I had another vision for the site in terms of a sporting one. I'm happy to say that I've been won over in recent years by the vision, and I genuinely am excited by the proposal. So it was a disappointment today to hear that they've had no luck with the PGF and yet another funding stream from the government gets cut off. But I guess the thing for me worried me is I didn't want us just to end up with stage one, because I think the centrepiece of it was the Whālei in terms of, it's a very prominent area there and it was a great vision. So I didn't want us to lose that vision. And we do want this to work. I understand that raising funds is not easy. We know how important it is for the Pacifica community, as Councillor Gallagher says, and the wider community. These things are not straightforward and there's always a degree of complexities, as we know. So let's not be obstructive, let's have some patience, and let's do everything we can to support the vision. I guess the amendment the changes suggested shows slightly less patience than the 5-year option, which is really where I'm at, I guess, because I really don't want to see a half-finished project at the site, and I do want that protection, and I want it sooner than 5 years. But I really recognise the potential of the project, and I thank those behind it, because I think it is going to be a great thing for the city, and I genuinely hope it comes to fruition. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. From the minute I heard of this project, I was excited. I could see how it reflected the values and the aspirations of New Zealand and Hamilton as a city, how it engaged with all parts of the community. And so I've always felt that this was a project that was worth supporting. And I have a lot of time for those at Kota Pacifica, both in governance and at the coalface in management, and have had faith in the project. What I try to do in council is walk that fine line between getting tied up in the emotion and the aspirational goals and trying to come in behind just with some commercial detail. And I try really hard to make sure that I don't get totally brought into the vacuum without that lens, because there are numerous projects that this city has undertaken in the past where emotion has got on top of us, and it's only through hindsight have we realised some of the hard realities of decisions made quickly and without the required detail in place. And so this amended motion now provides a perfect outcome. On one hand, it celebrates all the very essence of what Kota Pacifica and the vision that they've articulated. And on the other hand, it ensures that we as a governance body are representing the ratepayers and ensuring that the funds and the contracts and the leases we enter into are done so in a prudent and an appropriate manner. I say to Kota Pacifica, you've done an incredible job. And I say to them, do not be disappointed or do not be overwhelmed by the fact that COVID has come along and made things even more difficult. We understand as an organisation how promises of funding and potential funding, whether it's shovel-ready or whether it's PGF, how fluid those things are. We understand how suddenly we can have aspirations for funding that just don't materialise. We get it. And so we are patient, and I personally believe in 12 to 18 months the horizon will look different, and there will be an appetite and there will be a capability of funding the project. And what we've done by moving this motion today is just ensured that there is an appropriate lens laying over the entire project so that we have an opportunity to review, and that there are some things that you need to achieve, and I think you're very close to achieving the stage 1 funding, and this project can start. So fully supportive, and I'm actually confident that actually all my colleagues feel the same.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I'll just, don't see any other debate. I'll just say a few things. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, I just put up as you were saying that, sorry.
That's
I
okay.
thought there might be some people on Zoom.
Yeah, I was looking. Go.
My apologies. Look, I just want to say briefly, and I'm happy to support the resolution. I would have been happy to support the staff recommendation as well. I'm glad that we've got to the point of making some decisions on this. It has gone on a long time. I'm glad that it's not yet another sporting outcome in the Western Community Belt. I think it's time for cultural things there, and I'm glad Jeff's changed his mind on that. You know, I don't want to target Jeff on that, because there was certainly several people thought that at the time, that it might be good, but I think we've got enough sporting facilities along that strip, but it's time for more cultural ones and for more community related ones. But the thing I particularly, just hearing the discussion really makes me think about the difficulties of community organisations in this city and elsewhere around the country in securing funding, in getting appropriate facilities and things like that. I think I need to point out that this community organisation, Kōti Pacifica, does work that otherwise would have to be done by local government and central government organisations, and we get away very cheaply by supporting them by providing land here. I think it's incumbent on us to bend over backwards to make this happen, and largely the council does that. I think that while this is slightly different and perhaps a larger scale than some of the other ones we've had, but I think it'll be a great centre for that community and a great icon for our own community when it's eventually finished. I'm not worried if things may take a little bit longer for the second phase and so forth. That happens with community organisations. I am concerned, like I think Ewan mentioned, the PGF and yet another failure of government funding. I think that's what's happened with the PGF. It's been used to buy too many votes in Northland with ports and railway lines and things like that up there, and not being used for some of the more appropriate activities. I also think that the scrutiny that Kōti Pacifica has faced here and from our staff, we should probably apply that to some of the commercial arrangements that we have as well, because I haven't seen that level of scrutiny often before, including the originator of the V8 Memorial car park and the people who first used that. So, I think we're getting a good deal here. I really take my hat off to the Pacifica community for the work they've done and for their supporters like Edwin and Lale as well. So I think it's a great thing, and let's go for it.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson. Councillor Naidu-Rofe.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Just to quickly add that I fully support the hub project, and listening to the debate and the questions this morning, I do think that the social and the cultural benefits outweigh the 3-year risk. Kaute, big picture, they fill a huge gap in the community in terms of achieving community outcomes, especially in health, and it's almost a responsibility for us to support them as much as we can in our capacity, within our capacity. And not only do they have my support, but looking at the amount of followers and community support that this project has, I'm sure that our community would want us to be supporting them too. So thank you.
Thank you very much. No further debate on Zoom. So I'll just say a few things, and just saying that I'm very pleased that we're progressing with this. My personal support for this project hasn't waned a single bit, and nor will it, because I know what the need is and I know what the benefits of such a project will be. But I also support the amendments, because we do have to do due diligence over public assets, and that's what we're doing here. So I think we've landed on the right spot. In terms of the disappointing news from the Provincial Growth Fund, I just want to continue to offer Cote Pacifica my support at central government level. Happy to go with you to support your comments to ministers, especially, as I imagine there'll be some very heartfelt conversations post the elections. I was pleased to be part of ministers coming down here, including Minister Salisa, who could not speak more highly of the project. So we know that somewhere in Wellington there is a good degree of support for this, and we've got to lever that together. So I'm saying let's go hard back to government and make them understand what this project delivers for a population that is always at the lower end of wellness outcomes and wellbeing outcomes than the wider community. So that's something we've still got to tackle. So let me know what I can do to support you in that further conversation, because I couldn't be more disappointed than to hear that, and then to hear that there are people in your project team that would be prepared to underwrite the project with their own homes is incredible, and let's hope it doesn't come to that. So yeah, let's go be bold and go forward. I'm pretty sure that these amendments won't hold you back in any shape or form, but just tighten up your resolve to get it done. So yeah, looking forward, as I've always said to you, Rachel, I'm looking forward to coming to the opening of the Whale in particular, because I do agree that that is the iconic part that's really going to make our West Town Belt sing with cultural pride and all of that. And then you're going to teach me that those Cook Island hips or Samoan dancing, don't really mind which, and we'll get in and we'll celebrate. So I look forward to that day. Thank you, everyone. Right of reply, Martin.
And I will be delighted to observe while you learn those dances. I probably don't quite have the agility, but I think Councillor Wilson and Dave and yourself, Mayor, emphasised the point. The PGF is what I call a disappointment, but obviously we will be joining with Cote Pacifica, as you've indicated, Mayor Southgate, to open the doors, to actually be with them as we troop down to Wellington. And as we know, we're all being very polite and nice, because during an election period I must of course be strictly apolitical. But I do note that the MPs, all of our MPs for this area, across the parties, are fully supportive of this project, and obviously along with the Mayor and those MPs we will be going to push open those doors again, because this actually becomes and is now a city civic project. This is a project that will bring profound benefits to the city of Kirikiriroa Hamilton. So this is, if you like, all of our projects, and I'm delighted, Mayor Southgate, at your words in terms of leading those delegations and all the lobbying and ongoing the lobbying. This is just a critical part of the journey, but obviously, as we know, the journey's still going on, and we'll be at the side of Cote Pacifica in that journey. Without further ado, thank you for the contributions, and I just do a shout out for Maria Barry and her team, and I do sincerely believe that this will actually accentuate the dream and the vision for our West Town Belt. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the vote. We're doing it half on the board and half hands? How do we do it? Yeah. So those that are in the chamber, vote by your button, please. And those that are on Zoom, you'll raise your hand and can wait fully till we can call them, please, for the record. So in the chamber, we have 8 for and none against. In Zoom land, please raise your hand so we can capture. Oh, you got the dots. It's carried unanimously. There you go. Councillors, pardon? Yeah, councillors, we're overdue for a break. I thought I might just quickly whiz, and I'm sorry about the visitors, but feel free to stick around for some coffee. What we'll do is take the confirmation of a whole bunch of open council minutes. Thank you. Well, I was going to say, take them by exemption. If you've got anything, sing out. If you don't, we'll move them as a block. Thank you, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Bunting. Any questions, comments on any of those? You will have read them. So, no? Okay, we'll go to the vote. Again, those in the room on the button and those in Zoom with your hands. Can we go to clear the vote there? I've still got the L one up. Okay, going to the vote now, councillors. Why have I got no choice? Well, we'll just do the hands. All in favour, please raise your hands. Opposed? No, you're not opposed, are you, Sarah? No, she's not. Okay, we're going to come back just before past and go straight into the founders item. Thanks, Rachel, Lale, Edgar. I'm looking at them through the screen. Thanks. Yeah. Don't know what the camera is. It's a bit weird. Some people at least visible in the whole room. Which is really weird when And we're just going to slightly alter the agenda for one item two, because guests have been waiting for the founders item, so we'll do that before my chair's report. So we just, I don't know, we have to formally do that? No. Move those two around? No, we don't.
Yeah, that's fine, because we do it as part of the confirmation of the agenda.
Cool. Excellent. So this is the item on founders and going out for public feedback on that. So Sean, do you want to introduce us to what this is about, and to spell out carefully how people will be engaged with anything that might go on that site?
Sure, thank you, Mayor Southgate. This paper effectively follows two previous briefings that we have had with elected members on the matter of going out to the public at large and other interested parties that have spoken to us previously, seeking their feedback on what to do about the Founders Theatre, where do we go to next. The recommendations that are in front of you, I would like to highlight a couple of changes, if I may, for governance. The first is to recommendation E, which speaks to delegating some members of council to pull together a working party to work with Natalie and the engagement team in the communications group who will run this project to include the chair of the Hearing and Engagements Committee, Councillor Gallagher. So he was omitted under item E, and we'd like to have him added in. And then the second item on and the second item to raise with regards to recommendation is recommendation F, which refers to staff reporting back to council on the 24th of November. That needs to change to 8 December so that we line up with the feedback on founders that we receive from the community, lining up with the LTP discussions that we will have. So I apologise for those late changes. Otherwise, I have nothing further to add. I think Natalie is here to answer any questions on the engagement process as it's currently put in the paper that you may have.
Cool.
So
I think thank you, Sean, that was good, because I think the key point here is we're not doing a massive consultation with the public. We're going out for engagement and feedback on a proposal or set of proposals that might end up in the LTP as funded or otherwise projects, and at that point the wide community can have a say, as they can with any other significant project in the LTP. There's no point in duplicating that, because we have to put it into the LTP because we have to fund parts of it. So doing anything ahead of that. So I've had a conversation with Martin about how we will receive the feedback from the engagement period, and the ability for elected members to have a really good close look at that and to have some conversation about it. But just want you to be absolutely clear, and the public out there too, this is about informing the long-term plan, and that is the key point at which public interface with it again. Well, of course they interface with it through the engagement period, but in terms of any formal submissions or hearings that don't occur until the LTP. Is that clear? Clearer? Clear as? Councillor Wilson, maybe not so much, you're frowning.
Well, Mayor Paula, I guess, thank you for the opportunity to ask the question. One of the things about this term that I've really enjoyed is the fact that you have committees and you have process, and you have sort of religiously followed the importance of good process. We have a hearings and an engagement committee, and so I'm getting a little confused at how sometimes we're very selective of what goes through that process. What I think I've just heard you say is actually this item is no different to any other item that's going to be captured by the LTP and that hearing process. So my question would be, why is this going out now in isolation as opposed to with everything else as part of the long-term plan? You said, I'm just a little confused how you're cherry-picking aspects of this.
I wouldn't describe it as cherry picking. What we're doing here is seeking to understand what range of ideas and feedback there are in the community to help us shape the most appropriate response in the LTP, or a response that we would like to go out with. And at the moment, correct me if I'm wrong, staff, but we post the West Town Belt. This is the first time to go back to the item about founders, which essentially was on hold while we did the West Town Belt, and test with the general public how they feel about some of the ideas that are floating around there. And that should help us align a good project in the LTP, or projects, for consideration by the public. At this point in time, we wouldn't have an understanding of what their view after the West Town Belt is.
Thank you, Worship. But shouldn't that be through the Hearings and Engagement Committee? And so that would be my first question. And secondly, this delegation seems to be very empowering in the sense that it's as though governance is now jumping into the kitchen and being part of management, because not only are you bypassing E, you're now dabbling in communications, you're finalising timing, content, and the means of the community engagement.
It's just feedback for staff to guide them as to how we might go out with these options. Do you want to talk about it, Natalie? So we've done this exactly the same way for the rhododendron lawn, by the way. Exactly the same process, where we had a few councillors have a first look, and actually at the Rototuna Village Hub as well.
I think, if I may add, Mayor Southgate, we need to bear in mind that this is a very topical issue, and first up with the suggested communication we're putting out for feedback, people need time to really develop their plans for those people who want to put a proposition to council, and so if we wait until the time frame of the LTP, it won't necessarily give them the time to do the investigations and the assessments that they need to do. You'll also recall that we received a presentation from former Mayor Margaret Evans representing Toti with a proposition that they wanted to put to us, and we resolved to receive that at around the same time as well. So we're just trying to keep it all sort of linked in, if you like. My comment about Councillor Wilson, your question over the delegation to some of the members of council to assist us. This has been a highly topical issue, and if you reflect on the two briefings we've had, you've all had very strong views and opinions about how we couch our communications, how we manage it, and so because it's been highly topical for you, we've felt that it was advisable that you participate in the way that we've suggested.
So just a final question. So I think what you're saying is the responses to our engagement will be collated as part of the LTP process, not on its own, not in isolation. It would simply, so what you're asking for is a unique set of governance and procedural processes for deciding the timing, the content and the level of engagement, but the outcome will be just collated with all the other LTP.
Oh, correct. Quite separate.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I just need to probe into option 3 and just with someone with perhaps a more cynical mind than mine would be saying, are you serious? It's got to be achievable within 3 financial years. Have we ever achieved anything within 3 financial years ourselves of this size? I mean, how realistic is this? Yeah, we did, but it's still on the wall. I guess I'm just saying, is the 3 financial years realistic for someone to be able to come up with a project, raise the money, get it through council processes and get it built in that time? Or are we just sort of putting it there?
I would like to think the answer to that's yes. I think it's...
I'd love to too. But
it's quite feasible, and you have to consider, that's quite a bit of time, and also, how long do you stretch things out? in that. So I would hope that if someone comes back under option 3, and there will be people with proposals, and we're signalling them through option 3 that they need to come back with a proposal that speaks to how it will be funded, both in terms of executing the project and ongoing. If there's a suitable project, they will then need time to pull it all together, if you like. And I would have thought 3 years was sufficient.
Because, I mean, if we'd given Momentum 3 years to get that theatre built, we'd be in trouble. Stadium, same. Anything of that magnitude. I'm certainly not, I get what you're trying to achieve with it, but I'm just sort of thinking, well, there are those out there in the community who are going, well, really? What's the point?
I think it'll boil down to what the scale of whoever is going to come through with a proposal. I mean, the new theatre is a $77 million build program. So it's quite significant. The stadium in its day was quite significant. So it comes back to the significance.
Can I jump into here, Sean? So basically, we've been out and we've had numerous conversations with the community, and where a number of people have come along and said, we're going to do this. And to be fair, no one's fronted up with the coin and expect council to pay for it. So we wanted to draw a very hard, thick line with those that are interested in doing this, that there's also an expectation they need to fund it and actually come up with a strategy that delivers it. If we continue to roll this out, we'll be in a situation where each successive council will keep pushing it out until the money's found. We want a fully baked solution to come forward, and that's what the inference of that resolution is. We want the full thing considered, and it's not just a great idea, it's a great idea with some legs.
I get the intention, I applaud it. I'm just sort of thinking, well, look, with this last item we've just extended, poor old Kotai's been working really hard for years and years and years to get to this point. So I'm just making sure we're sort of on par with reality with it.
And council's made some decisions in respect of that site to do certain things, and we keep pulling away from that decision. And it's a similar thing to the muni pools as well. There's been a lot of people that constantly cause council to change direction because they have some great ideas, and council did have a direction on both founders and municipal pools, and now we need to make sure that we can confirm those directions as soon as we can to give some certainty to the rest of the community who want to see something happening there.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Councillor Gallagher.
Then I'll come back to the hearings process. With regard to option 3, has this council ever put the condition that only proposals that can guarantee non-council funding will be considered? Now, what does that mean? So that the TOTI or whoever doesn't come in the door unless they've got a whole lot of written guarantees of funding?
Look, I can't answer the question as to whether we've ever done that before in the past. I don't have any knowledge of it, so I can't answer that.
With respect, it's really critical. This is not with respect, not a year zero. I want, just give me an example in the history of this council, the history of this city, where basically if you're going out to consultation, acknowledge the previous engagement, but someone comes with a proposal, but unless they've got their funds tied up, they don't get into the chamber.
Well, to be fair, we did that as part of the relationship with the theatre. We were prepared to put up the 30 million under a certain period of time if Momentum was prepared to raise the rest of the funds for that. And so we are reasonably straightforward. You have to recall, Councillor Gallagher, that we have actually made decisions in the past to effectively dispose of that building on that site through various discussions. We consulted with the community and we have a will. Right now, we could probably make a decision to go ahead. We're now reopening this up again for further conversation, which is fair and reasonable, not challenging that. And we want to make sure there's a hard end to it. Otherwise, this will be successive conversations over and over again.
I mean, I could understand that we would expect a realistic business type case and a realistic identification of funding. There's a huge difference with that and a guarantee. Even that doesn't stop council saying, okay, we'll pursue that, or no, thanks very much, we won't. But I have some real, I won't be supporting option 3 with the word guarantee in it. Can I just come back to the hearings? And it's just, I can see in the conversation I've had with the mayor, obviously I understand this is in the end, this is an LTP process of major significance. I also understand under the previous council, which this council is not bound by, as we know, but under the previous council, there was, a consultation engagement process. Can just remind me that Did that ever involve hearings that Councillor O'Leary chaired? No, apologies, because I'm...
Not to my knowledge, no. They didn't involve hearings. They involved submissions that were put to us by various parties, but as we had discussed at council at the time, those submissions were very, how will I describe it, sort of quite broad in concept with not a lot of detail and certainly based on the assumption that council would fund. And council really didn't feel that it was in a position at the time to sort of advance those concepts any further because of that funding need. We did invite people at that time as well to present their funding solutions with those propositions, but they really weren't forthcoming.
So I'm obviously open-minded, with the LTP consultation process. The thing that I'm worried about is when you make a submission to the LTP, traditionally you come to that end of the table. The Mayor obviously chairs it, because on the LTP per se, the council cannot delegate to another committee per se. The council has to own the LTP itself as the committee. But usually, if you come and make a submission to the LTP, you might want to be addressing 4 or 5 things around that LTP. Whereas in this specific case, you've got people or groups who may want, to address this and have adequate time to do that, but there's some other things in a separate way they might want to deal with in the LTP, given the significance of this proposal. I'm just asking for advice around procedure.
Look, I think as we receive feedback from people with their suggestions against option C, or that's there, then that will determine the conversations that will come out of that, because I'm quite sure that what will happen is we will ask questions and seek more information so that we make sure they get to a standard where they can come forward.
So in terms of a process, and further to my conversation with the Mayor and others, you have the LTP. Becca, give me some guidance as to, can this council delegate a specific subcommittee or whatever to hear a specific part of the LTP without prejudice and report back? Because I do think this may or may not attract quite a degree of interest.
So my understanding, without looking into it properly, would be that yes, the council could delegate hearings to be heard by a subcommittee.
Say that again, so can you repeat that?
Yep, so council could choose to delegate a subcommittee or a committee to hear the LTP hearings if it wished to do so.
So, and this is just, I'm just wanting to tease this, and this council could say, it could, as per the brief of the Hearings and Engagement Committee, it could say, we delegate the hearings and engagement to just purely conduct the founders see it a component of the LTP hearings on the base. All it's doing is it's doing the hearings only, and then it just suggests things for staff report, and then it comes back to the full council for LTP.
Yes.
I'm just looking at the machinery. I'm open-minded.
So I would like to just double check that thinking, because it might be a little bit different with respect to the LTP related hearings.
Yeah.
So I just need to check to see legislatively whether that can be delegated. Most other things can be delegated in terms of hearings, but I just want to double check that the LTP process itself can actually be part of that as well. So
and all I'm saying is that then what... See, the problem I have is you take a group, right? They're going to do a whole heap of work on the founders, right? Or the proposal, come back hopefully with costings, and they get through the door, without funding guarantees, but they do some serious stuff, because there's a series of options within option 3. But at the same time, I would hope they still have an opportunity to come back through the door at another time on the rest of the LTP or other key aspects of the LTP. They're not, because it would seem to me, if I may, that there may be a case to have, the founders theatre component of the LTP is a separate part of the hearings process.
Well, this doesn't necessarily have to be considered as a founders theatre component of the LTP. We've done previously, including the last 10-year plan, we had conversations regarding other forms of consultation that was going on outside that. The parking one was, for example, ran in parallel and so forth. This isn't a significant activity that's been identified or a significant asset. We've already done the consultation to satisfy that, and effectively we can have the conversations in the full council or a subcommittee or whatever form you council chooses to. It doesn't stop, to your point, Councillor Gallagher, that at some later stage that anyone, whatever goes in the 10-year plan, the same people can come back and then go through the consultation process again at that point as well. This, as the General Manager has said, is about collecting the information that we'll incorporate ultimately from a position, and all bets are off at any particular point in time by this council. They can vote one way or another, but incorporate the information that goes into the 10-year plan as well.
Okay, I'll collect my thoughts. I'll yield to the next questioner.
Okay, this was, you know, we don't want to sort of over-egg this in a way. This was an ability post the West Town Belt to go out and engage with the community with our thinking at this stage, and there's always an intent for the whole council to be involved no matter what. But I'm relaxed. I understood the time frame would be quite tight with our calendar to go through a full hearings, and we wouldn't want to make a decision surely, because that would be a potentially funded decision ahead of the LTP, and we don't want to do any of this.
This is purely the mechanism. It's part of consultation where you have the hearings in terms of the oral submissions, if you like, and that feeds into the LTP.
Yeah, look, I'm relaxed on all that.
Doesn't make recommendations per se.
Provided it can be done expediently, and I'm relaxed on that, to be honest. But, yeah, okay, Kesh.
Thank you. Can I just clarify, coming back to similar to what Councillor Martin just raised, looking at option 1 and 2, council would have to look at funding some sort, whether it be operational or renewal costs. So what if option 3, if a group came to us and an option had huge community benefit, are we excluding the possibility of contributing, or will that even come to us with the current wording?
If I could just respond to that, I don't think it would be excluding funding coming to us, because the party that might come to us with a proposal, they may well say, as a part of our financial solution, we need your support, and that's their prerogative, and that may well occur. Who knows? And then that is part of the decision-making process that the council would have to consider, that would be looped into the LTP.
Just to refresh you. Yes, but Kesh, remember that. But remember, Kesh, that we've had this discussion as a council 3 or 4 times when we put these options together. That the option 3 would enable people to still see if there was a project that they could help fund. Council didn't have the money available to fund a refit of the Founders, so that was why we all agreed that it was not our preferred option, but we wouldn't close the door to some really exciting possibilities coming to us. So it was a way of keeping our eyes open to possibility out in the community, but we had already decided the appetite was not there to spend considerable sums of council or ratepayer money on a refurbishment of Founders. So we needed someone who could raise some funding. Am I right or not?
That's correct.
So we have had that conversation a few times. Sorry, carry on.
No, I totally understand that. What I'm trying to get at is the wording in option 3 says that proposals only that would guarantee non-council funding would be considered. So does that mean that it won't even get to the stage of discussion, or?
So that's something we can decide on that today as a council. That's why the options are there. But that's how it's presently worded, and that's to really encourage people to look at a funded option. But as Sean says, and actually in the LTP full stop, there's nothing stopping anyone coming to the LTP with a funded or unfunded proposal for the consideration of council in that 10-year plan. That happens every time, and I guarantee it'll happen. I would imagine we'll be having some kind of further submission from David Bennett and his contacts, for example, around a sporting proposal. So it doesn't exclude it, but we were making a signal, as Sean says, that we didn't want to give false hope to the community that there would be a great appetite for a large amount of money being put into a refurbishment of the actual building. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Thank you.
I think I've got that right? Staff, you agree?
Thank you.
I've got Ewan and then Margaret.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, for Well, look, I'm even more confused now than I was at the beginning of this. Staff, I think, Sean, you said to me that this process would simply lead into the normal submissions as part of the LTP.
Correct.
Right. So are we going to hear all of the submissions and summary of the feedback from the LTP on the meeting in December the 8th?
Yeah, absolutely.
So
absolutely.
Yeah, so all of the LTP submissions and the process will be heard on that date.
Related to the Founders Theatre feedback?
No. Here's the rub, because I thought you said to me that this would be treated as part of the LTP, that the submissions would come back as part of the LTP, and I had some comfort with that. But now actually, what I think, because you're saying yes and Natalie's going no, what I think you're now saying is it's coming back on its own in that meeting in early December, and not with all the other submissions from the LTP.
Well, it would be coming as a subset of the information that comes back to the LTP process. So it'll be a category that's headed up Founders Theatre. So it will all be a part of that.
Right.
So with feedback on the LTP is a number of...
So it's a bit of a special process. What you're saying is we're going to manage, even though it's all part of the broader subject of the LTP because it has spending implications, and will make up part of our overall document that goes out regarding the long-term plan. We're creating a subgroup that's going to help manage the timing, the content, the means of the community engagement, and then we are again treating it differently, and we're letting it have its own summary of submissions in a early December meeting before all the other LTP issues are fed back to us.
I'm sorry, I'm a little bit lost with your process. If you look at, I don't run the LTP process, so forgive me if I'm not that au fait with it, but if there are some new funding proposals under the LTP, they come to you as a subset item of interest. That's how it happens. And similarly, the feedback we get from the founders process, and if there are a number of options under the option 3 that come to us that we should be considered as a result of being presented to us, then that would come back as a part of that LTP process within the founders' proposal.
Can I just jump in there as well? So the purpose of this feedback, is to inform which project or which option we put into the draft LTP. So currently in the draft long-term plan, there's the budgeted $800,000 for the demolition of the building, but we want to make sure that before we put in a project into the draft LTP, which will go out for formal consultation in early next year, that we want to make sure that what we put in there fairly reflects, we think, what the community is after. And so this is the chance for us to really just have that one more round of feedback with the community, which will inform which project or which option we put into the draft plan. And then again, when we go out for formal consultation, there's another opportunity there for the community to have a formal submission on this, on the options here. So if we say, for example, we go out in October for this feedback period of 4 weeks, and we go out and we get overwhelming support for option 2, that people want to remove the theatre and invest in the site, then that gives staff the opportunity to pull together some options around funding and what that looks like, some broad, I guess, sketches of what the site could look like, which we could then therefore put into the draft plan. So we've got a dollar figure, and then again, it's still the decision hasn't been made until we go out and consult early new year. So it's all part of a process, but it's a separate kind of piece of feedback that we're after to make sure we have an informed draft LTP. Ideally, in a perfect world, we put out a draft LTP and consultation document to the community with no big surprises, because we've spoken about the issues with them beforehand. It's not always possible because we know things pop up here and there, but ideally we would do that. So when we put out the draft LTP, we think we've got it largely, we can hope that we've got it largely right, and it reflects what we are hearing from the community to date.
And so that makes sense?
Yeah.
And so what you're saying is we've done the same and we're going to do the same for any of the other issues. Could you give me a couple of examples?
So, for example, even the discussions we've had around, I think, and Maria would be able to correct me, but in terms of like the dog park, or we could make sure that we have the consultation now with the community to make sure that it's the right amount of funding in the long-term plan as a draft point. I'm just trying to think.
Well, nature in the city
Nature
is
in the
another
city.
significant piece of engagement that we're not going to hear, but we are gathering.
Yeah, and which we've used that, the input from the nature in the city strategy that we've done, working through now to therefore inform how much investment we put into that part of the LTP. So we're trying to do all of those conversations. Yeah, there's a few different conversations, and it's a good example.
And this mirrors the process we took with the Rototuna Village Hub, as I recall. We did several bits of engagement in different ways, using all the comm skills. Ewan, if I could say, I think with the bit about the delegated authority, it really is only just to sit with Natalie and her team to go, what methods of communication could we apply here? How will that look? Just to make sure that we don't make the accidental errors that we might have made with some of the gardens aspects, where we just make sure that we are comfortable. And these few people are just going to come and have a look at it and bring it back, make sure that council will be comfortable. It's not like they're controlling the process any further than that. They'll have a meeting, maybe one, maybe two, with the comms team to make sure it all looks good, and then we'll press go with engagement. And we do this all the time, to be honest. We do this all the time. I mean, you've sat on some of those processes, Jeff, and others have sat on others, depending on their portfolio of interest. And that's why you should have been on there, but to slow it down with another hearing. But look, I'm in hands of council. If they feel very strongly about it, we'll do that. I've got Margaret first.
Oh, sorry.
Have you finished, Ewan?
Yeah, no, I have.
Margaret, please.
So my question is just around option 2. How are we going to present that, all those possibilities? How is that going to be communicated, and how will we make some sort of priority or options as a result of all of those possibilities that we're going out to say to the public? This is what we potentially do with if we remove anesthesia.
Yeah, so the purpose of that, the wording around that option 2 is so, first of all, we're getting ideas from the community of whether they want council to invest more in this space. So once we've asked them that, then that's when we want to jump into saying, okay, so what kind of things would you like to see there? And if you look at the attachments to, there's potential ways that we could frame this up with the community, and noting that we're still to confirm the communication engagement approach after this meeting before we go out, so there's still a lot of detail to be confirmed here, but the types of things we'll be asking for. So if you support option 2, what are the potential activities that could be included in our future design? So here we've got the imagery of the different kind of options that they could have, or they could say other, and therefore put their ideas through there. And then we jump on to 2B, which would be, what ways do you think we could honour the heritage of the site? Because we know that's a crucial part of this, the founder's site. So here's some of the ideas that we've had. What do you think? And we can get people to tick the ones they like or rank the ones they like. We haven't gone into that detail yet, but happy to have any suggestions around that will help you make an informed decision when you need to.
Margaret?
Okay, if I could just explore that a little bit further, Chair Paula, it's no secret, and I've said it several briefings and meetings that we've had thus far, but having some sort of a cherry blossom display, a significant cherry blossom display there in the space, either part or in full, is a really worthy option in my view, and it's something that I would actually like. I don't see it there as an option. So I was just curious about that. And should I want to pursue that further, then I suppose it means from my part that
So-
I need to get going with some lobbying from the public and really promote that space as a cherry blossom space.
So am I right?
Just a bit of feedback, given the opportunity that we've had to share our vision and our preferences for that space. As I said several times now, that a cherry blossom display would be my preference there, and I have had some support from other elected members. So how come it's not there as an option, even in the other? I see that you've got, interacting with fountains. I don't know where that came from. Meeting your community, yes, playing with friends, etc., etc.
Kia ora. I can answer these questions. So I think what we've tried to emphasise through all our briefings and meetings with councillors to date is that with question 2, we're not really seeking site-specific designs because we're not at that stage yet. It's really trying to keep it high level, just to say what options do we want to pursue. And then if the community selects option 2, then we pursue a much more detailed concept design at a later stage with the community and other key stakeholders, and that's when some of those details around paths, play opportunities, tree species, etc. would come to life, or light perhaps. So I guess just to kind of respond to the specificity of interacting with fountains, that one was put in simply because we keep proposing to, should option 2 be selected, we would be proposing to keep the Dame Hilda Ross fountain, which is stipulated in the West Town Belt Master Plan. So that circle just really responds to that in particular. And everything else is kept very, very high level and broad because we just want an overall idea from the community. We've stayed away from getting into some of that detail. However, just in response to your desire to see some cherry blossom inclusion in these images, we could easily swap the image for experience and enjoy nature with something that includes cherry blossoms. That's no problem, and that would be my suggestion for addressing your point there.
So it doesn't exclude it, Margaret. It
Thank
doesn't
you. It
exclude
was
it.
some comforting that I've been heard and responded to too during those elected member briefings. So thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you. I have Angela. Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you. Look, I'm extremely clear on the process going forward, so when you're ready, Mayor Southgate, I'm happy to move.
Thank you very much. Do we have a second? Deputy Mayor Taylor seconds. You've moved. We've still got a few questions. I've got Councillor Gallagher.
Without getting,
Sorry.
I can't support option 3 as it's currently worded, and I still would like to tease through the process. Is in terms of I really want to focus on the hearings and engagement, but now I get the timing for this particular proposal, and I say this respectfully. Please, I'm going to help you here. Don't use the word dog park or Rototuna Village Centre. This was a vision and a dream that opened in 1962, so it's huge emotional.
So questions though,
Well,
please.
I'm just saying, there's a generation who I'm going to help you. Don't, upset that generation. But what I'm looking at is the opportunity.
Is there a question?
The question is, why can you not delegate to the Hearings and Engagements Committee the opportunity for a hearings process so that Toti and others can at least make an oral written submission into, and that can be heard by the councillors who want to hear it. There's obviously a timeline because the results of that engagement has to immediately come back by December or whenever, which then helps.
Okay, so the question is clear. Can it be it can be delegated, but I guess they can also be heard in the very same way through the LTP. But we could do that, couldn't we? Is there, to answer Martin's question, is there any impediment doing that other than time and staff resource and so on?
No, look, we're in your hands on this. We're for your guidance on it. It will be very, very tough and tight with timing, I suspect, but we're in your hands.
So it could be heard through Hearings Committee and just held as, because you wouldn't make a decision on it, you would just hear.
No, just a one-off hearing.
Because I did offer, Martin, to be fair, I did offer you the chance to run the workshop in December and to run that
I
process
just think
through.
for simplicity, it would be easier for the Hearings Engagement Committee to meet as a one-off only, just to hear, as you do, the particular submission, and then immediately that feeds back into the LTP. That's just my view.
Well, I'm not going to be wedded to one thing or another on that. I'm fine as long as people get the chance to engage. But one question I do have, does that mean then every time we go out for engagement on something, it naturally goes to hearings? Or is there a time when engagement, just general engagement and gathering seeds of ideas from the community is all right?
As I understand it with the brief of the committee, because I've gone back to the terms of reference, is that the council or any committee can delegate a particular part of an engagement process, all right, or not, and the word is or not. All you do is you have the option that you ask the Hearings and Engagement Committee to hear the oral written submissions on this specific issue. That's it, over and out, all they're doing. And then they obviously give staff an opportunity. Then obviously the staff would report back, as a result of that, would then report back into the LTP process. This is just purely the day when people have an option to make submissions on this. No. As I understand it, you can delegate, because you're not being asked to hear the LTP per se, you're just being asked to hear a particular views on a particular proposal.
Okay, so we've got one set of. Oh, sorry, Councillor Bunting.
You're just curious. Option G. Why do we actually have to note the TOTI thing in there? Does it not put us at risk of elevating it above other proposals, or what's the background of noting that?
Through the Mayor, if I could respond to that. Look,
great.
I put that in there purely because TOTI did come and make a fairly major presentation to Council, and there was a resolution that they would be specifically heard on this matter when we go through the process that we're going through. So I really wanted to acknowledge that resolution more than anything, and just remind that we resolved to hear them on that.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Thanks, John.
Okay, we have got a mover and a seconder for it as is, and so there could be an amendment if you consider. I have to say, I'm in your hands, councillors, whether it goes through. I mean, because I think both processes achieve the same thing. We want to hear from people. We want to shape up the LTP with the most appropriate opportunities for the public. So we're all on the same page in that, I think, right? So whether it goes through a hearings committee, which is chaired by Martin and Deputy Chair Ewan, I've not got a hard or fast idea. I didn't think it was absolutely necessary, but I'm happy to bend and flex on that one. So we're in your hands around that. So is anybody actually willing to put up an amendment to that?
On that procedural point, when you envisaged and you created the Hearings and Engagement Committee, what was your vision? What were you thinking?
Ewan, I'm not going to go down this path because I have already said that I'm quite comfortable. I'm also very comfortable with different forms of engagement like SharePoint, Pinpoint, community engagement out abroad, going to visit clubs and going to visit groups of people and all that. I'm actually really fond of the widest range of community engagement possible. At the end of the day, let's not argue about this because we're on the same page. We want people to have their say on this very substantial matter. And I've already indicated, and I spoke to Martin last night on the phone, and I said to him, I'm more than happy for you to lead through this process because I know that it's an important issue to you. So look, I'm quite relaxed. I'm in the hands of other councillors. I'm just one vote around the table here, Ewan. So let's find a way forward. Have you got a constructive way forward for this?
I'm just looking for your guidance to understand what you meant when you created a Hearings and Engagement
I'm not going
Committee.
to go into that at this time. I want a constructive way forward for this meeting, please. Is there one? Yes.
Obviously, we've got a motion. What would get it across the line for me is there's two things. One is delegates, blah, blah, because obviously there's a broader issue, but including in there you can the Hearings and Engagement Committee to hear the specific oral submissions.
So that might be an amendment to F where we
amendment to F would that
where we go through a hearings process.
E is about the wording of the consultation.
Yeah.
And F is about the
Okay,
procedures.
okay, so we'd go in F, to report, so basically it would be to,
Feedback received would be
yeah,
heard through.
feedback via the, and I'd just like to see the writing of that. The other problem I do have, and I'm not, I totally respect that option 3, you will expect the submitters to give some good cold hard evidence of funding sources, you know, but to expect them to walk through that door with sign from the wonderful Provincial Growth Fund, for example, they're doing really well at the moment, aren't they? You know, I think it's a bit optimistic, but I do accept that what you'll be looking for in the Hearings Engagement Committee would be looking, you know, which is all of council, it's just a matter, would be looking for clear evidence of realistic funding pathways, all right? So I certainly want to put the pressure around the funding stuff, but I think where it says only proposals that can guarantee non-council funding will be considered, I think that cuts off the thing. And if council receives no viable alternative proposals by the end of the Founders Theatre, a decision will be made in accord with option 1 and 2. Well, I'm obviously not going to, I mean, I think that closes doors. I'm not wanting to prolong this, but I think that option 3 is extremely
Okay, so we're getting into
prescriptive.
debate.
Yeah.
Quite
okay.
a lot here. So
Okay,
would
well,
you
even if I'm asking you
propose the
procedurally, would you be taking this?
propose an amendment, and then we've got something to work for debate. So you would like an amendment that refers it in F to the Hearings Committee?
Yeah, and then
you would like like the options to be
if
amended.
we can go back to the options, I'm just wondering if there could be a little bit options. Option 3, invite submission to retain the Founders Theatre building in full or in part on the proviso that interested parties to submit an alternative funding proposals for council's consideration, I think, and then I just remove the rest.
Okay, well then, yep. Have you got
I think
that
the
as well?
rest is that, because it's pretty clear, and it's pretty clear where you're going to go anyway. I think if suddenly people don't come with the realistic option 3, it's pretty clear, but it does leave your options open. All right.
Okay, so we've got a mover, a seconder, an amendment who's been moved by yourself, Martin,
Yeah, if
and
Councillor
seconded by Councillor Wilson.
unless that's is that acceptable to the mover?
No, that's the seconder. Thank you. So that's already
If
sorted.
they're set for the mover,
Pardon?
so I apologise. Is that acceptable to the mover, the motion, those suggested tweaks?
No. Well, that's Angela and Jeff May. Do you want to stay with where you are? I think it gives people the chance to debate both. But where's Angela? Angela?
There.
Angela?
Yeah, what? Sorry, what did you say, Jeff?
Well, I said you're the mover. As the seconder, I'm actually quite happy with the option Martin puts up. But
Are you?
We might, if we do go down that route, we may need to. I would put. If we're going to go down that, excuse me, councillors. If we're going to go down that route, then I'm still interested in holding on to option 3 the way it is, because I think it gives a clear steer. I'd be happy to take on board the change of process, though. That's fine. As I've said to you, I'm not uncomfortable with that. Angela, if you wanted to move what you had already moved but require option 3 to remain the same, I will second it if Jeff doesn't want to second
Yeah,
it.
I'm concerned about the LTP process, so I'm still happy and comfortable with this staff recommendation.
All right. I'll second it for the purposes of debate if you're... Okay, so we are now going into... Sean, you've got some concern here.
Look, I'm sorry. We're just having a discussion as to whether the last sentence of option 3 is something that should still be contained within there, because we are trying to give people a signal that we're trying to get a definitive outcome here, as opposed to it being open-ended once again, bearing in mind this is the third time.
Okay.
So it was just that question, but then, you know, at the same time, the decisions can still be made in whatever direction at the time anyway.
So Angela and I have got the staff recommendation taken up for that reason of debate. Obviously,
look, I'm totally confused as to what the motion is or what the amendment is or.
Margaret, I'll come to you.
What's actually going on.
I will explain that in just a second if you give me chance. So what we have now is Angela has moved the staff recommendation as it is shown in the report, including the option 3 as it is shown in the report. I have seconded that. Martin has moved an amendment, which you can see on the screen as shared, which delegates the hearing of any public feedback to the hearings committee, which is fine, and which enables people to come to the council with unfunded projects, potentially in option 3. I think I've explained that. Fine.
Is that the amendment at the moment?
Yes.
Yeah, remove the, if council receives, add the red line across that as well. That's cool.
Okay.
With the agreement of the seconder, that's our
So
amendment.
let me just test with members on Zoom, because it is always very hard to kind of see what's what when you're not in the room. So, Margaret, do you now understand the two different, the amendment and the motion?
The amendments are read, and the motion is just the staff recommendation, yes?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to debate. We'll hear them both at the same time. And Angela, you're the mover, so you speak first, please.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Arthur. Yeah, look, just simply, I'm just concerned about the workload and the process for the LTP. We've got a lot of decision meetings coming up, and the amendment, while I'm certainly not hugely opposed to it, does add another month to the process. I'm very confident of our comms department's ability to get really robust engagement. And for this particular item, which has been going on since 2015 or 16, I'm looking just for a definitive answer now based on a reduced list of options. It gives us direction so we can inform our LTP decision. Pretty practical reasons for my supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
Obviously, it's important to display an open mind, particularly if we're going through the hearings engagement. So I won't, I have views, but I just want to give council some hopefully wise advice that ultimately there's a proposal that could end up with the final demolition of a theatre that was opened in 1962 or thereabouts and involved the hopes and dreams of an entire generation of Hamiltonians. And that was led by former Mayor Dennis Rogers and former Mayor Rod Braithwaite and Mrs Braithwaite, Deputy Mayor Jimmy Baird. And I read in the report where it said this is not, quote, a heritage site. Heritage is a funny thing, isn't it? Apparently it doesn't meet heritage criteria. But if you talked of heritage in terms of all of the dreams and the emotion, the people who've been to concerts, political rallies, graduations, school prize givings in that bricks and mortar, then that is hugely a heritage project. And it was very interesting, and don't misperceive this, of course I respect that the police needed that building for training. I read that in the paper. But while I supported that, I had a sort of a chug at the heart, because I hope we're just not seeing it purely as some abandoned bricks and mortar. I realise there may be a process, inevitably, where this may go. So I don't think you should underestimate the ultimate final significance of whatever decision you make. Please display again my amendment, and I'll just give two, and the engagement thing I think we agree on, and I think that is good. And that's purely to hear the oral component of submissions, all right? This is an LTP matter, I get that. But if we go to option 3, the amendment of option 3 is, I think, invite submissions to retain the Founders Theatre building in full or in part on the proviso interested parties are to submit an alternative funding proposal. That is a pretty significant war. That's a pretty significant ask in its own right. But I urge you not to preempt that, because basically if you voted for the entire option 3, you're saying two things. Unless you get funding from something like the Provincial Growth Fund, how well that's doing, or Trust Waikato, within the next 4 or 5 weeks don't come through that door. Well, that is totally unrealistic. And secondly, if you actually vote, if council receives no viable alternative proposals by the end of the Founders Theatre engagement period, a decision will be made in accordance with either option 1 or 2 as outlined in this report. So today, if you vote for the motion, the Council of Kirikura Hamilton is formally voting to demolish the Founders Theatre. And I want you to think that through, because basically you're not even giving any other group an option to come back and say, well, do we keep the foyer, do we keep the auditorium, or whatever, okay? So please, in essence, if you vote for this motion today, I think in reality probably the word is over, all right? So I urge you to support the amendment, because I think that still leaves some options open, subject to hearings.
Time, please, Martin.
Okay.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Paula. The world has changed. March came along, and our view of the world and the ideas that we had and the outlook had changed. And so I have little time for the argument that says this has been an issue that has bubbled away and that we need clarity, that we need to bring it to an end. We need to fulfil the decisions made prior to March, because that's the way forward. What I'm saying actually, and what the amendment enables, is for us to take a more cautious approach and not unilaterally rule things out, because things have changed. So what's changed? Well, we actually know that before we make a decision to bowl it over, let's ensure that the replacement theatre is going to happen. Let's just make sure, because we all know that all of the funding is as uncertain in this new post-COVID as anything else. So wouldn't it be unbelievably poor governance for us to strike down and bowl over the Founders Theatre and then discover that in fact the other replacement isn't a go? How will the people of Hamilton review our decision-making process? They will think maybe they acted a little prematurely. Maybe they didn't realise that COVID had come around. Maybe that the world had changed. So I'm simply saying it would be premature to implement point 3 or option 3 in light of what we know. Now, that's no criticism. We all realise that things have changed. Look at Kota Pacifica. The world looked different pre-March. Our own annual plan process had to change as a light of COVID. So why on earth would we think that it's not a bad idea to keep our powder dry and engage with the community and say, hey, things have changed a little? And the amendment enables that to occur. So I'm simply saying that, in fact, in this case, that let's be slightly more cautious. And the other precedent I want to try to avoid, and I think it was a really good point that Councillor Margaret raised, was I struggle to think of too many other scenarios where on one hand we articulate and support the premise of public engagement and we encourage it. We want to engage with the people, but we set as a precursor to any engagement, oh, by the way, we're not going to fund it. We've lost total interest in funding it. What other LTP item have we said in advance of any public engagement? Yeah, tell us your ideas, but please don't expect us to fund it. What sort of engagement is that?
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Southgate. been a lot of discussion today about the process, and I kind of feel like we've made a bit of a meal of it, to be honest, and find myself temporarily losing my will to live. But look, I support this consultation process, and I actually think the amendment is reasonable. Councillor Gallagher's right. You know, Founders has got a colourful history. It's a fundamental part of the city's ethos, and I respect that there are people who feel very strongly about it. And I think his amendment is reasonable because it leaves the door slightly ajar. It means if there's a proposal which is pretty good but not quite there, we'll at least consider it, and that's reasonable, I think. That shouldn't be mistaken for me accepting that council will put any significant funds into this, because there's no way I'll support that. But let's listen. You know, we are spread thin. We can't be all things to all people. So at the end of the day, I won't be favouring us putting much more money into any change of use for the building, I don't think. But let's at least listen. I think there's actually, instead of viewing it as just a loss, we actually should be viewing it as an opportunity too, because, geez, we could do some cool things with this site, and I love Margaret's vision personally. So I think we could do some great things with this site in terms of green space, and still respect the heritage of the Founders site. So that's kind of where I'm probably personally heading, but I'm keen to hear what people have got to say on it. But again, I like us to think this is not just a loss, it's a real opportunity for that great site in the middle of the West Town Belt. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor, oh, hang on, sorry, I'm just trying to do it in order. Councillor Naidu-Rofe.
Thank you. Just quickly wanting to lend my support to the amendment. I am in full agreement with Councillor Martin. I think, and Councillor Wilson, everything has changed, and I think that it's only fair that we listen to what the current climate is in the community, and to keep an open mind about it. We're spending $15,000 of unbudgeted funds in this engagement process, so I think it's quite important that we don't have a predetermined outcome, and that we actually are open and inviting to whatever's out there. I have my own personal views, but it comes down to what is the public view and what's the public opinion out there at the moment. I have no preferred option at this point, and you know, my eventual preference will just be informed by the community feedback. So I will be supporting the amendment.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. I've got Councillor Bunting and then Sarah, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I read this and I chuckled, really. One of my favourite quotes came from Henry Ford, who said, look, you can have any colour you like as long as it's black. And to me, this is what this reads like. I'll be supporting the amendment. I think we've oversourced this putting something wicked. We've made it pretty darn clear to a more cynical person than myself, of course, that we want option 2. A more cynical person than myself may look at option 1 and say, oh, they don't want that because they note it doesn't fully achieve the vision of the Western Town Belt Master Plan. They may, a more cynical person than I may look at option 3 and say, oh, crikey, you've got to have it done within 3 financial years. We're not going to fund it. Bring it to us within about 15 seconds, otherwise it's gone. A more cynical person than myself may think that was written that way. A more cynical person than myself may look at option 2 and go, oh, they want that one. Look, it could include features like an outdoor performance space, public art, and information about the site's history, natural spaces. It's all very positive. Crikey, I'm just looking for my free ice cream as well and music underneath it. A more cynical person than myself might look at it like that. But I'm not that person, of course, so I have a completely open mind, and I don't think we're trying to lead the public down the garden path. in any way, shape or form. After all, we're spending $15,000 on this consultation, so I'm really, really glad that I'm in that little subgroup that's going to work on the wording of this, because consultation to me is consultation. We got ourselves in all manner of trouble with the gardens because, you know, we were potentially heading down this way as well. So I'm really looking forward to being a part of an open-minded process, and I'll be definitely supporting the amendment because I think it's far more balanced.
Thank you. You know, you're not cynical, you're just slightly sarcastic. Sorry, couldn't resist. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. I'll be supporting Councillor Gallagher's amendment. I do think that the option 3 has a very hard-line approach and could be quite unrealistic in terms of community groups coming forward with proposals. You know, it might be that they're almost 90% of the way there, and that it, like Kesh mentioned, is a really valuable project that we would actually want to partner with them on. And I'm comfortable that at the same time, you know, ultimately we will be able to make a decision on this. If something comes to us which clearly doesn't have, you know, a plan for funding that is robust, you know, we don't have to go with that, but we can listen to the community and hear those options. My one concern is, though, that we put forward, we got into this engagement, it's focused a lot on the open space concept, and then we have these other option 3 possibilities that come through, and then the community kind of hasn't had a chance to consider those or socialise with those, and that if we put ultimately put an option 3 project into the LGP, that maybe it doesn't actually have the community-wide support, and that it's only supported by a small group within the community. So I think we just have to be wary of that. While there could be a good idea that comes forward, we could be setting up expectations that we have this wonderful open green space and a lot of people support that, and then we turn around with something different. So I'm a little wary about that, but I do think that going forward with a hearing engagements committee meeting will help to give us ample opportunity to discuss and ask questions and air out any options that are put forward by people in the community. Thanks.
Thank you. I might take it. Oh no, I'll leave myself to last. Doesn't matter. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you. I think. Look, I've been hearing discussions about this subject for the 2 previous councils, and if I remain on council, I reckon the next 2 council as well. I was amused at seeing the item that said it had to be a proposal that could be realised within 3 financial years, and I'm thinking to myself, I don't think we can make a decision within the next 3 financial years. There have been some good speeches here today, though. I've been thrilled at some of them, and particularly like Jeff's temporarily losing the will to live one, because it's definitely how I felt the way this has been dragging on. Every council wants to relitigate this issue. It's in the same playbook as the municipal pool, actually, and it's catching up fast, I think, to that. I am encouraged, though, that councillors Gallagher and Wilson want to spend a lot of time on the hearings of this. I can think of a lot of other things I'd like them to spend time hearing on our behalf and just report back to our committee for the decision. Seriously, we do, now that we've left the door open, we have to genuinely leave it open. There's no point saying, here's some consultation, but where you can only go down that hallway, you can't go down that hallway. But I would like to be a fly on the wall in another 5 years' time, because I bet you'll still be discussing it. So after this once, my suggestion to you is that you actually try and draw a line in the sand. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson. Councillor Van Oosten.
Thank you, Chair. I, like others, welcome the additional time that community will be given to take part in the discussions on the future of the site. In terms of the options, I believe it's really responsible of council to make it clear to third parties that there are parameters around which proposals will be considered. And that, of course, is without closing the door behind them. There is the need, though, for good process and for ample opportunity for elected members to understand the full nature of the feedback, and for community to know that they have been heard and have an opportunity to be able to do that verbally, eye to eye, is really important. It's a substantial matter and an issue of significant interest. There's generations of Hamiltonians that have a stake in the future of the project, and to fall short of process at the final hurdle would be a mistake. Martin's amendment makes option 3 genuine. While our engagement collateral states that as a council we prefer option 2, ultimately I'll be guided by the feedback, and in that sense we'll be supporting Councillor Gallagher's amendment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Yeah, look, I was probably most won over by Deputy Mayor Jeff's speech earlier. I think that was quite inspiring. I'm a little bit hardline in terms of this, appreciating the comments that we've had from everyone that, you know, the goalposts have moved a little bit. So I'll support the amendment, but I'll be taking a little bit of a Deputy Mayor approach in terms of not really keen to throw more money into this. I'll take a Councillor Wilson grilling commercial lens look at those that are thinking that this is a free-for-all, because we need to be quite strict about this. It's a little bit like unpicking the scab, and if we're going to do this, we need to do it well and cause a fast healing, because I'm sick of picking scabs on these issues. To Councillor Margaret's cherry blossom point, it would be remiss of me not to say here's an opportunity again for our sister city and what they are worldwide renowned for with their cherry blossom. So if there's an opportunity there, well, I'll be open to that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take a turn on commenting. I have to say this has been the most dramatic turnaround of council opinion that I've seen this term in council, because we've had, well, you know, we've had 3, 4 maybe workshops. We've seen this, we've seen the options, we've discussed it, so we've seen the West Town Belt, we've discussed it, and we made it quite clear. I mean, I didn't make up these options. We owned these options because these are the options that we discussed. And honestly, council, you made it quite clear to all staff that you had no appetite for going down the churn of a project that we could not afford to fund. We were, however, really keen to hear from people if they had some partnership funding, or, you know, a philanthropic backing or anything like that. We didn't want to close the door. We didn't want to slam the door in their face and say, no, we're not open to anything really good that could come in. I probably will go with the amendment now, because, you know, that is the will of this council. We went with the original because that was the will of the council through many touchstones that we've had on it. Before, during and after COVID, we've discussed this. So staff, I feel for them, because they have fleshed this out on the basis of our feedback, and now all of a sudden today we've completely turned that around and said, no, we don't want to make it clear that we won't fund another big proposal for founders. We'll keep the door open. But that's fine, because that's politics and that's the art of persuasion, and we have been persuaded today. I'm very much in the same camp as Ryan and Jeff, in the sense that I know there is no money. You're right, Ewan, the world has changed, and we are going to have to go into an LTP, and you for one have been very good, quite rightly saying that we need to look at our fiscal envelope. We need to be aware of what we can afford to do realistically as a city, and that's why I had been comfortable with the original option 3, because we know there isn't any money for this at this point in time. So we're really hoping that somewhere out there, someone has a really good idea that will attract some money to this, because this will compete with glamping at the zoo, a pedestrian bridge, some central city ideas. This is all money, and we can't do everything going into the LTP. And I guess I've personally wanted to be obvious about that to the public and say, look, you know, we do want to be open to ideas, but we have not got the biggest purse in the world to fund everything that everybody wants. But you know, look, that's fine. And the whole debate around the hearings committee was, to my view, a kind of circular waste of time, because I'm more than happy so long as all councils get exposure to all the thinking of the wider public. I'm a massive fan of huge public engagement in all the ways that we can do, and I love some of the new things that the team are coming up with. Natalie, thank you. I think we're reaching out, like with Nature in the City, in new ways to capture as many people as possible. So look, I'm excited because we need to solve this space. Dave's right. We need to go forward. We can't keep looking back. We need to create a really lovely option for this very special town space. And I hope that by the time we've gone through the LTP, there'll be some clarity about that. And I invite people to share with us their ideas. Thank you. Angela, right of reply.
Yes, thank you. Clearly, the motion is lost. I've worked out the numbers. It wasn't hard to work out. But there are a couple of things I want to specifically reply to. Look, this is just simply about the process. And some of the couple of the first speakers who so passionately talk about the Founders Theatre and closing the door, not one of you, not one of my learned colleagues supported my idea to retain the Founders Theatre for a town hall when I raised it over and over again. So if you're opening the door to that possibility, I will be the loudest voice around the table. I will be the one saying we need a town hall, let's save it for a town hall, because the Mayor's absolutely right. The indication that I got from the majority the last time we talked about this was this is not a priority for council funds. But that's changed. So even though I'm just going to be stubborn and support my motion because I know the amendment's clearly going to go through on the numbers, I'm quite excited about what I'm hearing in the chamber because there's still a possibility that I might get the town hall. But I also wanted to comment on the process. A couple of speakers have mentioned this closes the door, this is it, this is final. Councillor McPherson's absolutely right. Every new council wants to raise this issue and have their say and do it their way. Therefore, there's probably 3 or 4 more terms to go before we actually make a decision. So there's plenty of time again to get that town hall. Because there is never a door closed in democracy. And I want to remind all of you, but especially the new councillors, don't be lured into the premise that once something's in a resolution, that's it, it's done and dusted. Because believe you me, it is not. We spent, I don't know, probably the first half of my term with the council saying no to passenger rail, and we've got it now, thanks to the likes of Councillor McPherson, constantly lobbying. So bring on the town hall, I say. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Well, you can't get much more passionate and engaged debate of your elected members than that, can you? So the public should be very pleased that they're represented by people who are going to debate issues hard. Let's go to the vote, please, those who are here on the board, and I'll come to the other ones with their hands up in a second. Oh, sorry, we're going for the amendment. Apologies, we're voting on the amendment comes first. The amendment comes first. I should have said that. Okay, so all of those in Zoom land, please put your hand up if you're for the amendment or whatever it is. Tick your little box.
We already know it's everyone person but me.
No, I can't see Kish though. Where's Kish? Oh yeah, sorry.
Just Sarah.
Okay, so let's call that out, please. And you need to call out the people who are for and against because of Zoom.
The amendment is 1.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I made a mistake.
Oh, did you? Oh, can we redo the vote? Okay, we're re-voting. Sorry, people. On the amendment. Okey doke.
The amendment is carried. Councillor O'Leary and Councillor Forsyth dissenting.
Okay. Now the amendment becomes a substantive. What? No, it doesn't matter because Rob's card is still in, that was all. Yeah. We'll go to the substantive, sorry. Are we clearing that off? Okay, are we doing it? All right, thank you. Oh.
Councillor McPherson, could you vote? The amendment as a substantive motion is carried unanimously.
Right. We look forward with great interest and yeah, Natalie will still come back to you and figure out how we're going to communicate with our public to the best way we can. Thank you so much.
Invite the Deputy Mayor now to share the Mayor's excitement, because if she's excited, you still should have the will to live.
Right, we're going to just do the Chair's report and take lunch after that. So,
Your Worship, I just want to say, my blood pressure's been going up and down during this discussion. So today you've reached a decision that, in my view, is marvellous.
thank you. Well, we look forward to everybody's views on the future of the
Now
founders.
my blood pressure can stay down. Kia ora.
Okay. My Chair's report, please. And Ryan has moved and I'll second. I don't think there's a great deal to discuss on here. I'm certainly not going to talk to it. It's Chair's report. It's pretty straight up. Any questions, anyone? Or would you prefer to go to lunch? I'm sure you would.
No, I need to ask a couple of questions.
Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to find out what page is it on. 49. 49. Just a curious, may sound a bit more mischievous than it is, question, just regards, and this certainly isn't any disparaging remark upon Councillors Wilson, Van Oosten and Gallagher, but how did you choose them? Was it because they were best person for the job, or because they're diverse?
We've had some discussion on this in workshops, so that's how they were chosen, and they expressed an interest. Are you interested in?
No.
Oh.
No, I was just wondering. I just wanted to see if it was because they're the best people for the job, or was because of their diversity. I think that would have been interesting.
It was, you know, people put their hands up for various roles of leadership, and that was just one area of interest, and it was negotiated. But if you'd like to be on it, you can.
No, not for that reason at all. No, it's just, I guess, perhaps making a point through the question that it's an interesting irony on how we select people who select people so we can get more diverse. So should we be as diverse as we possibly can in our selection process?
Well, we all had a say on this before, prior, so. We did. We've had a workshop on it. We talked about it. We actually asked.
In light of the fact that Councillor Bunting would like to participate, and he could be the youth.
That's very kind of you.
I'm happy to remove myself.
Not at all.
And
no.
the youth member for community will stand in my shoes.
Yeah.
Well, you know, if you want to add on one of our younger councillors, being either Sarah or Kesh, then I'm sure they will add value.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of
Kesh,
like for
would you
like
be
value, and we're too
interested?
similar, too good looking, too well off.
Would you be interested in that? Kesh?
I'm indifferent, honestly.
Mayor Paula, if I might.
Yes.
So just a bit of context that this panel came off the discussion that we had in a briefing where it was very clear that we needed to rejig how our diversity and inclusion worked in the RMA space, but we have also taken the opportunity to take a broader look at diversity and inclusion for the council, and the people that are on that list were the people that were very, very vocal and very, very supportive of a new direction. So we wanted to really capture that energy and that force for change, not just in the RMA space, but actually in the diversity and inclusion policy that we'll be using across the council.
Okay, so
And we
I'm
did
still,
field those names at the time.
Yeah, I'm still got the floor, if that's okay. So we've represented people with one view. Is that diverse?
No, the view they share is that we need to do a better job in this space.
Right. But the criteria here is that you just said these are 3 members who are very keen on diversity. What if people are more interested in people who are better for the job?
Well, Mark, you were in that workshop, and if you weren't in that workshop...
I was at that workshop,
yeah.
and I didn't agree with what happened, but, it doesn't
So the panel, the panel for the RMA to appoint the RMA commissioners includes a broad range of people who have got significant technical expertise in the space and know what is required for in order for us to get really great commissioners to make decisions on our behalf. So there will continue to be a significant requirement in there in terms of technical skill. And what this group is going to bring back is there will be a conversation about what the decision-making criteria is. And a key part of that, it absolutely is being able to do the job and do the job really well.
Yeah, okay. It's always a tough balance, isn't it? Yeah.
Okay, have
No,
you
that's, I think
I've got Martin, then I've got...
Very quickly, I just want to seize on your idea because I do notice, and I think, if you look at all of the names, there's a whole range of historical experience and a very good cross-section. But I think that Councillor Sarah, of course, is legal trained, and it seems to me that she would be a very good addition if she wanted to do that, Your Wish, Mayor Paula.
I'm very open to that.
I actually hold a lot of faith in the councillors who've been put forward, and am quite happy with those who are there. And
You can't get out of it that easily.
Yeah, but I appreciate it, Martin.
Thanks, Sarah. No, I did just mention you and Anne Cash before, and just was thinking with a few of the other responsibilities that you've got at the moment that you've taken on board recently, that maybe spread the love. But I'm easy.
Just making sure that I don't take on too much on my plate. So.
Yeah,
But I appreciate it. Otherwise, I would love to.
Absolutely. We would rate the involvement of either you or Cash. Absolutely, we would. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thanks, Southgate. Yeah, look, I'm just I'm struggling to remember the background of this. The panel that set this up, that it had the city solicitor, I believe, it also had Muna, the Māori advisor, was on it.
Yep.
That's right. So what was actually wrong with their recommendations?
So there was a conversation about the quality of the ability for the way that we assessed the applicants to deliver us anything other than the status quo. So the first job of this group is to have a look at the decision-making criteria, so the way in which we assess each of these applicants, and create a judging criteria, if you will, that enables a more diverse group of people to come through.
Was Tainui not asked to put up candidates for this?
Yeah, and so that is all part of the conversation, and we've been through that. So this is about the next round of decisions, and we'll go back through the same process that we do again, which will include conversations with Tainui in terms of what opportunities are there for them.
But Jen, they were asked to put up candidates initially, were they not?
Yeah, they are a part of our conversations.
No, they
with
were
us,
asked
yes.
to put up candidates, were
Yes,
they not?
They were.
Did they put up candidates?
I don't believe they did.
Right. Okay. All right. And are not the skills that we asked for, the criteria, relevant skills, experience, Hamilton City knowledge, and local impact? Those are the 4 criteria?
Yeah, they are.
Right. So my question is, what's wrong with that? But anyway, I'll save that. I'll save that for debate.
Perfect. Thank you. Have we any other questions? Sarah.
Yeah, just a point of clarification. question there. From memory, one of the issues was that there was very low female representation within the group of candidates, which was, from memory, one of the significant issues and what caused us to get to this point.
That was one of,
Right.
that was one
That's
of the.
correct.
Absolutely, that was one of the factors that was discussed on the day. Okay, well, there'll be a range of.
What was the ratio?
It was really low, wasn't it? It was like about 3. Oh, we can find out.
I'll email
Sarah.
you the ratio, Sarah.
It was very, very low. There were only
That
about
was
3 women out of the whole bunch, as I recall. But Maxine.
One other point of, yeah, just one other point of clarification question for Jen, probably. In terms of the weightings and the other criteria around most suitable candidate, what might have been the reason that some of the other women on that list were not selected?
So there was up weights for the length of service. So if you've been doing it for 50 years, you get more points than if you've been doing it for 10 years. So that was one of the contentious points. So that is that balance of length of experience and the skills and knowledge that come to play and perspectives will be the first job of this panel, just to make sure that they feel they've got the balance right, but that will come back to council for a conversation.
And I guess just to follow up to that it isn't necessarily a reflection on some of the other candidates' ability to be able to perform the role.
Absolutely, you're right, yep.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? No, there doesn't appear to be any, so we'll go into debate. The report's been moved and seconded. I'll go into debate. Councillor Taylor, Deputy Mayor Taylor, sorry.
Yeah, look, I'm not happy with this, and I'm not being antagonistic or vindictive here. I just don't actually believe in this. And if I'm going to be honest, when I come to these meetings, then I need to speak up. I just think this is a terrible process. First of all, I've got a practical objection to this. We go out for expressions of interest for the job of commissioners at resource consent hearings, a crucial judicial role subject to legal challenge and potential great cost to ratepayers if appealed. We get maybe 50 or 60 applications, all made in good faith, people who've done the training and are committed to the job. We set a rigid criteria to judge these people based on relevant skills, experience, Hamilton City knowledge and city impact. We set up an expert panel, including the city solicitor, at some cost, I'm sure, our Māori advisor and our top planning staff to pick out the best candidates based on merit. They make recommendations to the council, and then councillors then judge that it's not acceptable on the grounds of lack of diversity. And merit goes out the window. So in terms of process, staff and councillors already have wall-to-wall meetings, and now we're going to have to accommodate another process because some councillors have decided that the list put up was not appropriate. So because of basically political interference or political involvement, we now have to go through this again. And I'm sorry, I just think if you were to run this past people out in the community and ask them what they thought of this, I reckon it would fail the common sense test. I call it the barbecue test. If I was to invite a group of friends to my place for a barbecue and I ran this by them and said what had happened here, 3 out of 4 of them would shake their heads and say, what are you guys up to? And I just don't, and I think the people who applied in good faith deserve to understand the process that they were unwittingly walking into. They had the skills, they had the experience, they presented themselves well, they got picked on merit, and then a group of councillors got involved. And I just think this is wrong, and I don't support this sort of direction.
Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the barbecue test, but I call it the front page of the Waikato Times test. And but Jeff, being a former journalist for that, probably wouldn't like that analogy.
Point of order there.
You weren't a former journalist for the Waikato Times?
Offensive, insulting.
I was actually going to agree with him.
That's
partially.
26.2b, I think.
Okay, let's move on.
Thank you. As I said, Jeff, being a former journalist at the Waikato Times, probably wouldn't like that analogy. I do partially agree with Jeff, but I don't think that his test of getting in the kitchen has been applied across the board today. I think it's only being applied when people agree with, or don't agree with how it's being used, and at other times it's being encouraged. I think we need to be consistent there. And we've been getting into the kitchen, this council, a lot, and this is another area, so I don't think it's worth complaining about it on one or two occasions if you're not prepared to do it on all occasions. That being said, there was a lot of disquiet from a lot of members about none of the individuals, but about the makeup of the whole group at the place where we discussed this last. Can't remember whether it was a briefing or a meeting. I think it was a meeting. There's a lot of disquiet. So staff have come up with this proposal along with the mayor, which I think fits the bill of the overwhelming feeling of that meeting. And this is not to put those councillors into the final decision-making role. It's simply talking about how they can influence the process, elected members can have more influence in the process. These are, as Jeff says, quite important decisions that are made at the end of the day. It's important that they reflect the will and the views of the council, of the elected members. We can't make the RMA decisions per se, but what's the point of having them under the umbrella or the auspices of a council if the elected members have zero involvement at any stage in that? This is giving us some involvement in how the selection will take place. It will improve the chances of diversity. And anyone that's looking at the list of commissioners we have had in this council, and probably every other council in New Zealand for the last 30 years since the RMA was brought in, will see that those panels do not reflect anything like the community. And this is going to give us a bit of a chance of improving that. It's not going to be the whole answer. But councillors did express an interest, and we can argue over which members there are, but I'm quite happy with the group that's been put up. And I think that it comes back to us for decision anyway, so what's the big deal? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Manister.
Thanks very much, and thanks, Jeff, for your perspective. It concerns me that the list that was approved had very few women on it, and we've heard some of the reason why that was, and it had nothing to do with their merit. It had nothing to do with the ability of them to be able to perform the role in the very best way. It simply had account of them having less time in the job, and that does not preclude them from having the ability to be able to perform it in the very best way. So it's not about advantaging one over the other, and it's not due to that lack of merit that may be advanced. The argument really is about the criteria that is used in order to be able to select those people. And it's the examination of that criteria and the weightings that's essential to be reviewed at this point. A modern society has many different perspectives, different faces, different ages and demographics. So I think that all of our appointees should mirror that and have the opportunity to be considered without the criteria and those weightings, stopping that from happening. So I believe that this is an opportune time to be able to review that. I'm not alone in holding those views, and believe that the wide range of people that will be involved in this review will be able to come back to council with the opportunity to see the full benefit of taking in everyone's talents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting?
Thank you, and to you, none of what I'm about to say will come as a surprise, because you and I have tossed around this one for as long as we've been friends, which is a good long time. I get nervous when I hear about weighting, as in the weightings of things. I get nervous about these kind of discussions, but I'm really glad we're having them, because I think we're watering the wrong garden here. I think we all want a more diverse range of opinions and the widest possible, most skilled people, and it's a very tough thing. And I was being a bit cheeky when I talked about the fact that the candidates or the people we're putting on this panel are all of the same race, of the same sort of income level. They're all pretty similar sort of people. Not a very diverse bunch of people when you look at the three of you, But and I'm being cheeky and cynical because I think you're all going to be marvellous at this job. But we're going down the wrong rabbit hole here. We should be looking at encouraging a broader range of candidates rather than picking a more evenly balanced panel. And I think that's where our work ought to be going, rather than looking for the appropriate balance, because you'll never get the appropriate balance of commissioners in that list. So I think the work, we were sort of pouring it into the wrong area here. I agree with the need for a more diverse group here, but I think, I just think we're heading down the wrong rabbit hole here. I'll stop now because.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, look, I'll be very brief. I'm delighted to be joining this group and trying to broaden the pool from which applicants will be drawn. From a very selfish point of view, I'm also going to try to encourage elected members to be part of RMA commissioner roles moving forward. I think we have failed miserably by moving away from having elected members at that coalface and decision-making process. And I often fondly remember in my early terms in 2001, where we actually had a real hearing panel that would hear RMA applications. And that was really the elected members being able to hear from the people when it comes to implementing their own district plan, and we've lost that. I'm not saying that it should be in its own, that it should only be elected members. Please do not think that I'm saying that, but I am saying that it needs to be a diverse pool. So that's what I'm going to be really interested in seeing, if we can't get a broader range of people in the pool of which elected members should be seriously considered.
Councillor Hamilton.
Mayor Paula. Well, I agree with both Mark and Councillor Ewan. I think it's a both approach. I think we do need to have a lens at the table in terms of providing some weighting and criteria to that panel. And I also agree that we need to start the grassroots and encourage more people to be involved in that process. And sometimes it's not till you're at the table that you've got the access and the ability to start shaking the grass, as it were. And I think our own example is our Mangai Māori representation, where we instrumented an external mechanism to try and get diversity around the table, because the organic method isn't quite at that level yet. And I think this is what we're doing here. We're saying, let's give a hand up to some of these people that may not otherwise have exposure to that level of engagement or decision making. So I see this as a step in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Just say a couple of things on this. To me, the Ministry of Women...
Sorry, I also had my hand up, then it was taken down, but...
Oh, sorry. Go, Sarah. You can go.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. the reason why I'm supporting this is because there are plenty of good practitioners out there who are women. We've got over half of the legal workforce who are women. And so you have to wonder why such a small proportion of those who ended up being selected on this RMA panel were female. And I think that, it's easy to say it's all about merit, but actually there are often invisible barriers there that prevent people from having these, being able to apply or from being selected for these opportunities. And it's only until you start to examine those barriers that you realise that they're there. And so I think that's the role of this group, is to actually examine what are the barriers which are stopping more women or more other diverse candidates from applying and also from being selected. And I think this is about being thoughtful about our procurement processes. We've talked about buying local, we've talked about sustainability and social impact of our procurement process, and this is just another part of it. I don't think that we're ever going, or it's going to take a very long time to get a better balance of male and female representatives if we aren't proactive in our approach. And we've seen that with boards, with companies, with with governments overseas, that when they're proactive, that's when you get those more balanced results. And so I'm very supportive of us looking into this. I have faith that the elected members working on this will do a good job, and I look forward to seeing the results.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Actually, I don't know if I could speak better to it than you just did, so thank you for that. But I do want to just add one thing. The Ministry of Women's Affairs has, for a number of years now, had a look at the number of women on boards around the country, and they've made some proactive changes to the way that they appoint to government boards to aim at a 50% target. And that seems good. And just picking... So this brings us into line of that and just gives us the chance to look at how we get a broader representation. I don't think this has got anything to do with ability, because we didn't disclude anybody because of their ability in this process. We're just noting that there are probably other people out there in the wider community with the same sort of skills and ability that we're just not reaching in terms of interest in these roles. In fact, there was a recent article in the paper about the same thing, around people wanting to become councillors and not understanding that it's a board governance role that is really worthy of them applying for. So, I mean, I think there's a few things that we can explore, and it's not just gender diversity, but it's broader than that, so that all of our decisions are made by the broadest skilled people that we can find. And it's about opportunity. So at the moment, it's as Sarah so very well put, it's an exploration about what we can do better to reach our outcome of having a more diverse representation on those boards. So let's do the work first and see where that takes us. Happy with the group that's been put up. They put their hands up, and that's a good sign. But if there's anyone else out there who feels that they would have liked to have been involved, look, I'm very relaxed about that also. So we will go to the vote. Thank you. And those on Zoom land who would, Paul, thank you, that's all of you, isn't it? Yes, it's all of you.
The motion is carried. Deputy Mayor Taylor dissenting, noting that on Zoom we have Councillor O'Leary, Councillor Naidu-Rauf and Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, everyone. We are going to have lunch until 10 to 2. 10 to 2.
I need to go. Yes. Yes. Cool. Sweet.
Hey, Matt. Angela, Sarah and somebody, Angela, Sarah are there. Margaret's an apology for just the short term. What else did you say? There was another, Dave for being late, but he's not late because he's right here. And I haven't heard from anyone else, so I'll assume we'll all go. So let's go on. We've done the chairs thing, so we're now on to the heritage one, I think, aren't we?
Yep.
Yeah, hang on, I've just got to get to the right page now. Thank you. There we go. Righty-ho, then. Yes, happy to do that. So it's been moved, it's been seconded. You got that, Amy?
Yep, we've got that.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello.
You want to talk to it, or you just want to take it as read? We've had a few discussions on this, but you know that.
It's quite straightforward, so I could take it as read if you'd like.
Okay. Okay, so it's approving the allocation of the fund, the 100,000 Heritage Fund as set out. Are there any questions? Councillor Bunting.
No, I'm very happy to move this. I think you've done a great thorough job, and you've got some really great people on that panel as well. And I endorse what you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other questions on this one. No, so we'll put it to the vote on the board and by hands.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Very good both contribution, Alice. It was
Overpowering, wasn't it? Yeah. Excellent, thank you. Yeah, I've warmed the seat.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, we're on to item 17, which is the Three Waters reform. Hello.
Hello, are we on?
Yes, you're on.
Okay.
You've got to match Alice's contribution.
So this item follows from a discussion and paper at the Strategic Growth Committee on the 20th of August. And since then, there have been a couple of steps towards progress. So we now have a copy of the Mayoral Forum letter, which distributes the regional allocation as part of the Three Waters reform. So that's in this agenda pack. And the second step in terms of progress is Mairi, myself, and Blair have had discussions with all of the committee chairs in relation to the projects that we're going to propose to central government. So the key takeout for this item here is that this whole reform agenda is working at pace, and we've got very, very tight timeframes. So the funding agreement, the delivery plan, and the stimulus projects in this agenda pack need to be delivered to central government by the end of this month. So we're now down to days. Just remember, this is our proposal, so it's still to be approved by Crown Infrastructure Partners and DIA. So part of our approach is to have some flexibility, and you'll see in attachment 5, there's a red line, sorry, attachment 3, there's a red line where there's a funding cut-off, and there's 5 projects below the line. So the intent is to have those approved as contingency projects, so we've got the agility given the pace and scale at which this is going to move. The total allocation available to Hamilton City as a consequence of the regional allocation is now 17.46 million, and it is a form of grant to Hamilton City Council. So the intent here is to maximise the use of that grant, but be very considered about our ability to deliver within what are fairly tight timeframes. And the only other point I would draw your attention to is in Resolution 2C, there's 2 parts to it, and that's where we're seeking to put some special terms into the funding agreement and give ourselves flexibility around taking an overs and unders approach, just so we can maintain maximum use of that fund. We're not 100% certain whether we'll be successful in having those special terms included, so That's a negotiation that we'll have to pick up. But notwithstanding that, we're looking for that principal approach to be included in our delivery plan application going forward. So I'll pause there. The committee chairs may wish to add to my introduction, but I'll leave it there.
Okay. Are there any questions? No, seriously. Councillor Hamilton.
Comment, if I may,
Yes,
in respect to that.
absolutely.
I just it was a really collegial group with the chairs in terms of the stimulus conversations, and a real effort from staff to meet all our different portfolios in terms of economics, community outcomes, environmental outcomes. So I think there was a real sense that we've, as best as possible, tick boxes around future-proofing and maintenance of said project.
Any other questions? Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I've just got a question that probably has come out of the letter from from Mayor Sanson on behalf of the Mayoral Forum. Are we getting any feedback as to whether other councils, and I'm thinking here outside of Waipa and Waikato, who we have worked with collaboratively before, are putting their hands up to see if there's some collaboration that we, and I say we as a group of councils in the Waikato area could work together to promote, some efficiencies around infrastructure and how we deliver the three waters.
Yes, and I'm just looking across at Blair, but yes, there are active considerations in that space, but I'll pass over to Blair.
Great question, Councillor Pascoe. So I can advise that next week we, at executive level, are meeting with Tauranga City Council, Rotorua District Council, Western Bay District Council, Waipa, Waikato, Waitomo and Aotearoa in a facilitated process, a consortium of councils to work together to explore this very journey together. And we're working with some consultants who are heavily involved in the reform agenda process. So and we're hoping to kind of form a coalition of the willing who are metro or metro-based councils. Of course, extend the opportunity to others in the Waikato, which is why Waitomo and Aotearoa have taken the opportunity to be part of the journey. And so this will just see how we can go together to explore the very reform agenda topics. And I guess find that commonality across the central North Island area, which is one of the directions that the government are asking us to think about.
And so what about the councils that are closer to us though, like, Matamata, Piakau and...
The invitation is there with them and they have all been approached and some have said no, others are still considering that. So we're going to move ahead.
So it's a work in progress to some extent.
So to make a more political comment on that.
I wasn't intending it to be a political
comment.
comment.
I'm just giving you from my...
sorry.
No, me being political, actually. Yeah, sometimes. So at the Mayoral Forum, it was quite clear that there was only buy-in for the first phase and that there's still a great deal of reluctance for any other change of scale or economy around water services from the wider region. Some of them are still taking a view, it's not broken, don't fix it, we can provide for ourselves. But I understand also that Hauraki, Coromandel and somebody else is potentially looking at a sort of Coromandel Hauraki solution. So they're talking out with Waihi or outside of the region as well, I think. So I think there are some other conversations going on that I'm not party to, but nothing more active politically from our point of view.
Thanks.
So we'll keep offering.
Yeah, no, look, I'm pleased to hear that, there are other metros in this region who are keen to sit down and talk. I think that's
and we're
really
hoping,
positive.
Councillor Pascoe, that New Plymouth may be the other council that'll join, so we actually have sort of that full spectrum of major metro areas in this sort of mid-North Island. But as Paul Methel has said, the door remains open for anyone else, but we equally want to move at pace and not be slowed by the slowest common denominator. So.
Thank you.
Sort of compounded around the thread of localism that's going through through local government at the moment too, which I have a slightly different view on. Anyway, Angela.
Yeah, thank you. Just as I was one of the chairs on that group, support what Ryan said, and also to Councillor Pascoe's point, there's about 2.7 million worth of projects that are around strategic relationships and collaboration and the metro spatial plan and all of that in here, so that might give him some comfort as well. Yeah, I thought the group worked really well, and Mayor Southgate, when you're ready to move, I'd like to move it. In particular, right, Councillor Hamilton was correct in terms of the staff were really great, and heard what we said and went away and popped those projects in that I think gave us an excellent split. I didn't have to arm wrestle Councillor McPherson like I threatened to. I think there's a really great split of projects we're putting up for that are strategic and around growth, and also actually around infrastructure operations and the environment. So I think that list is really good, and the team did a great job.
Thank you, and just to acknowledge the work that the team did do on our behalf to bring this forward. It's good. Thank you. So Angela's moved it, and Councillor Hamilton seconding it. Is there any debate or discussion on it?
I just want to add my weight on behalf of all the deputies to thank all the chairs for all their good work.
Thank you. Yeah, no, there's a lot.
Can I just say, look, fingers and toes across that all of these get the tick off. In particular, there was one that I put up with, which is line 5 on the list, in terms of raising the issue around security for our water reservoirs and water, our big infrastructure stuff. So I'm really pleased that that's been put in there, and hoping, of course, that will get through along with all of the others. But just wanted to raise that issue because it's something if we don't get funding, I really want discuss through the LTP and support on that, because water is our number one resource and we're pretty stuffed without it, and I think our security for our key infrastructure assets really does need some money spent on it. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, and it does talk to the resilience of water. So we are now in we're in debate, but you've nothing else to add as the mover, Angela? No. Anybody else want to speak to it? No.
Yeah, I'll just speak very briefly, and again echo the thoughts already of the work that staff have put into this, and I think the session that we had with the staff on this allowed us to get a really good balance between all of the things that we want. So again, with Councillor O'Leary, fingers crossed that all of ours get across the board. There is a further list down the bottom for any that don't, so we're making sure we get the full value out of our 17.4 million. And look, on behalf of everyone, I'll bank Councillor Wilson's comments supporting the excellent work that the chairs have done with staff on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll go to the vote. Okay.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, thank you to everyone for, there was a lot of work. The ease of that decision belies the amount of work that went into it. So thank you to both staff and to councillors for the amount of work you put into doing this. We appreciate it. Item 18 is the Future Proof Implementation Committee appointment of an alternate. It's pretty straightforward.
I'll move.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Hamilton. Okay, any discussion on that? Let me just see if there is. No? Anybody want to debate it? No? We'll go to the vote.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Like that.
The motion is carried unanimously.
So now we're going to item 19. Item 19. These are all the, you can move it as a suite, but we tend to go into each one and ask the chair or deputy to move their own ones. But thank you for the thought. So,
Councillor Marks pointed out that I'm not a chair, so I must learn to take my place.
excellent. Good. So, first of all, we'll go into the finance. Councillor Pascoe moves. Councillor Van Oosten seconds. Is there any conversational question on those?
The chair would move, and if there's anything updated or relevant, you would, I await your words, Mr. Chair.
Do you want to speak to it in any way, Bob?
If Councillor Gallagher is wanting me to give any update, I'm not aware of any changes that have happened since the approval of the monitoring report. But if there was, I'm certain that the finance team would have informed me of that. So,
thank you. Thank you. We'll go to the vote, and is there any? Unless there's any debate, there is no debate. We'll go to the vote for that one. Okay, we'll do it by show of hands. All in favour? And on Zoom, if you're in favour of receiving these minutes, Sarah, Kesh? Cool, thank you. Carried unanimously. Okay, so now we'll go to Community Committee. Chair Bunty?
Yep, I'm happy to move.
Seconded by Kesh. Thank you. Anything you want to highlight?
Very briefly, we had an excellent, we're doing some we're making excellent progress on the Matters of Cultural Significance work program. We had a really good meeting in the Mayor's office with Mona and Sean on that, and very excited about that work that's coming through. So it's in good hands.
Thank you. Any questions?
I just have a process. I would personally prefer, as a matter of course, that the agenda actually lists the motion from the relevant committee, because that is the formal recommendation. I'd rather see that in the main agenda, and then I just press the button to get the minutes, which give me the context.
It's there on page.
Yeah, so I've gone to the minutes, all right? I'm just,
Yep, so
am I not
the actual
reading it?
recommendation is on page. On the next page.
On the next page, is it? Sorry. You're right, I apologise. You've got it.
Okay.
No.
All right. Any debate on that? There being none, let's go to the vote by show of hands. All in favour? Ryan, are you? Thanks. That's everyone? Carried unanimously. Infrastructure Ops. Councillor O'Leary?
Yes, thank you, Ms Southgate. This is, obviously I'm going to move it, but just the Three Waters Policy Review. We had a couple of drop-in sessions on this a while back, and then it went to our committee. There were no substantive changes or issues raised, so I present it as is. Thank you.
Thank you. Seconder? Thank you. Yeah. Any discussion? Go to the vote. Show of hands. All in favour? That's unanimous as well. That brings us to the Economic Development Committee. Councillor Hamilton. And so you'll move it?
Yeah, happy to.
Councillor second, Ewan, is that right?
I follow Ryan everywhere he goes.
Good. Any key points you want to elucidate?
I'm actually going to Rotokauri later.
Oh,
that's good. You got Ewan's vote.
There are some things I won't.
No, as is, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions on that, councillors? There being none, we'll put the vote to go to the vote by show of hands. That's also unanimous. Thank you. Now we'll go to item 21, which is making plan change 2, Te Awa Lakes private plan change 2. Yeah. As long as I know.
They'll be able to see a little. They'll be able to see a little version of Eugene.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing about this setup. I'm chairing the meeting. No one can see me. I'm like a speck.
They're so lucky.
Councillors, this is a relatively straightforward piece of process. So this report is the final part of the process to finalise the private plan change for Te Awa Lakes. This was kicked off in October 2017 and has gone through its full RMA process through hearings and decision-making of independent commissioners and resolution of appeals through the Environment Court. The process is complete. It's been completed through the court. So the final part to make this a real live thing is a resolution of council to make this an operative part of the district plan, and that's the decision that you're making today.
I'll second.
Just a question on that. If we don't, then we're going against the commissioner's ruling.
Yes.
Yeah. So we don't really have a choice at all.
Yeah, it's an anomaly. What did Luke call it? He said it's a quirk of the RMA that we go through this process.
So it is pretty much a rubber stamping rather than a decision that we agree with the commissioners.
Yes, so the commissioners, we delegated our authority for them to make the decision. They've made the decision. This is confirming, this is making it operative into the district plan.
Order, I'm pretty certain that there's a technical way that you can, and I don't support this, I support the actual thing, but we don't have to vote for it. We could vote against. We couldn't vote against, so we could vote to send it back or something in that order.
That's true, isn't it? You can send it back to the commissioners. Right.
Yeah, just to be for accuracy's sake.
Yeah, I'm not intending to do that. I just getting a point of clarification.
No,
Thank
that's
you.
usefully made though, Councillor McPherson, for all of the councillors who haven't come across this before. That is right. We could send it back to the commissioner. You'd have to have a reasonably good reason why. But, okay, so is there any discussion on this?
Would it be a reason that the panel's not diverse enough?
Yeah, is there any discussion on this? Councillor Hamilton?
You mean debate for discussion, or?
You want, questions at the moment, but then
We'll save for debate.
save it. Okay, no questions, so then let's go into debate, and you moved it, so you get to speak to it.
Just really excited about this. Pearies have been on a huge journey to get this over the line, and this is significant for our city in terms of housing, in terms of the water park. The opportunity is just a game changer for the city. So really excited that they've been able to navigate some serious challenges and come through with some agreement with mitigations with the AFCOs and the Fonterras. And so yeah, this is really, really exciting for our city.
Thank you. Is it Deputy Mayor Taylor?
A game changer, that's the word I was going to use too. I'm thrilled by it. It's been, as Ryan said, it's been a long road for Perry Group, and I'm really, really pleased. You know, on the one hand, we've got more than 1,000 homes, I think, potential for that, and whatever comes after that in terms of their other plans, the wider development, the water park possibly, and the tourism aspects. So, you know, it's got to be a great boost for Hamilton and a great gateway from the north coming into Hamilton too. So, you know, I just congratulate Perry Group for their perseverance, and it's a company that really has Hamilton's interests at heart. So, yeah, it's a good moment.
Thank you, Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. I was going to use game changer. No, I wasn't. But I'd just like to share my colleagues' enthusiasm and congratulations to Perry's for taking this far. In particular, the delicate negotiations they made with some pretty heavyweight neighbours. I think that was a really good example of some great diplomacy and some good compromise from all concerned for the betterment of our city. There's always criticism that it's going to be a housing area sort of way out on its own, but I agree with Ryan and Jeff that it's going to be a great gateway to our city, so I wish them all the very best and look forward to supporting them as they move on with it.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
I concur with the last three speakers, though I'm perhaps not quite as excited or thrilled as Ryan here next to me, but I do think it's a good idea that's been put to us, and the perseverance of Perry's has been something to behold in a commercial organisation. And it's not the problems, obstacles haven't been put up by this council particularly, from several other areas, and councils whose name shall be nameless. But I want to point out that maybe it's not the gateway to the city as we know it, because immediately across the expressway is a sister development on the area of Horatu behind the school there, and so it's going to be a whole whole residential node up the north there. And I think it's important to sort of recognise that part of it as well. And in terms of the boundaryless planning, the plans they've shown us have always included those two aspects of it, plus childcare and retirement village area in there as well. So I think that you're going to actually have a community in that area with some connections, foot and cycle connections already in place there with the Te Awa walkway. The other thing is that perhaps I am more excited about is that the Regional Council is looking at extending the Comet bus route up there as soon as houses start going in there up to that point. So that's the northern anchor point of that north-south key PT route, with some vision of having a footbridge across to the other side of the river at that point. Which will cross the Te Awa walkway and connect with the north-south bus routes eventually on the other side of the river, so that there's some more the river becomes less of an obstacle to seamless PT mass transit routes. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
Yeah, thank you. The Deputy Mayor sort of touched, when he talked about the gateway, and I yes. And then, of course, Councillor McPherson added to that. This is, I guess, a reason why I'm really looking forward to tomorrow morning's meeting with the Waikato District Council colleagues, because in our planning and our long-term planning, we have to keep thinking Waikato Hamilton Metro. The city of Hamilton goes beyond its urban bits in terms of our boundary, and obviously I think the development we're talking about with both sides of the expressway is a very good example of, at this point, the cross-boundary stuff and a boundaryless thing, and I think that's really important in terms of the LTP. The other thing, and again it relates to a discussion between individuals in another room, another place, when we discussed informally our LTP process, and wanting to actually engage as a council with those groups and organisations who have a clear vision and also so-called skin in the game. And obviously I'm acknowledging the Perry's, Tony Group Holdings and other organisations, Property Council, etc., because this is an example, I think, of a very positive development that's gone through a whole series of hoops. But when we are addressing our LTP, we need to be very much aware of these developments and the potential ones that we need to ensure that are, if you like, locked in. So, and in fairness to Perry's, you have to admire their patience, don't you?
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Paula. Look, I would say, and adding to everybody else's comment, this is a transformational project, and I think it clearly shows the foresight, the vision, the energy and the capability of the Perry's group to see this through, because there have been a lot of forces that have been making it complicated for them, and they've been able to weave their way through it. So good on them, and thank you. As to Councillor Mark's comment that this is going to be a great way to the city, look, I must express the fact that I think in the not very distant future, Ngaruakia as we know it will simply be a large suburb in the city of Hamilton. And as we continue to grow north, and in fact there'll be a time relatively soon where Councillor McPherson, the member for Ngaruakia, will actually be living in the city as we grow further out, and that's from your friend, Councillor from Ottawa. So I think it is a gateway, but I think we are sending a clear message that the city is going to continue to grow, and you won't have to make that declaration every 3 years. Yeah.
Okay, I think that's everyone who wanted to speak. It is a very exciting development, especially if we get everything that is planned, because we'll get low-cost housing. we get some nicer housing, we've got a nice mix of housing, to be honest. And getting the water park across the line and having another attraction for people to enjoy when they come to Hamilton, but also something for people who live in Hamilton to use as well, is very appealing and also something that we very much need. So look forward to seeing how speedily they can get on with the development now, not just the housing elements, but the attraction as well of the water park and other associated recreational assets that will be there. So awesome. Okay, we'll go to the vote.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. That brings us on to now, we're going into public excluded. So we'll move I'll move that the public be excluded, and Councillor Bunting will second that. Everybody will agree, aye, and we will close the doors and be in public excluded. Just to give myself a chance to get the one up.